here, observational studies will rarely...
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, this is declaration, it's in testimony. It's already in evidence. I'm not sure that, I don't know where Mr. Khan is going with this question, but it definitely feels like leading, and I object to him reading directly from the declaration back to the witness.
It's already in declaration. It's harder to make a leading objection. Overruled.
Dr. Grandjean, you write here that observational studies will rarely, if ever, provide definitive proof of causation, and it is always possible for someone to raise doubts and uncertainties that require additional or improved data to resolve. What is the problem with waiting for definitive proof of causation before we take action to protect the public from chemical risks?
Right. This is something that was debated, I guess, the first time in regard to lead exposure and children, but it has been debated also in regard to many other hazards like asbestos. And there has been a tendency from the private sector to raise doubt, and it was most clearly and most obviously done by the tobacco industry. And so I'm here referring to Professor David Michaels, who's now at the George Washington University. But he was the longest sitting administrator for the Occupational Safety and Health Administration in the US. And he wrote a book in 2008 that was dubbed, I think, Doubt is Their Product, because he had seen so many examples, not just the tobacco industry, but so many examples that vested interests were trying to raise doubt, and sometimes ridiculous and unbelievable doubts, but and uncertainties, claimed, alleged uncertainties in order to confuse the regulatory agencies and the political bodies. And so he wrote a book about it, and he also mentioned the so-called the firms that have made it a business to defend products like tobacco. So he called them product defense firms, like Exponent, that I think has been mentioned before.
So David Michaels does in this book discusses this entity known as Exponent.
Yeah, I remember he did mention Exponent as one of the entities that has made it a business to raise doubt, and they always conclude on the side of the preferred conclusion that the sponsor wants, being the arsenic polluting industry, or I mean, they have done a report on some of my work on perfluorinated compounds and their adverse effects on vaccines, and they completely rejected my findings. And well, my work has been the basis of regulation in Europe, and they totally ignored this doubt that was raised by this firm. And I mean, as a scientist, I have to say, I don't rely on these professional doubt makers, so to say.
Now, in this case, EPA has retained scientists from Exponent. And did you have an opportunity, Dr. Grandjean, to review the systematic review that Dr. Ellen Chang conducted in this case?
I did review it.
And does Dr. Chang's systematic review support and give you any additional confidence to your opinions that you've offered in this case?
I mean, she had actually done a thorough, or the firm had done a thorough review of the literature that actually complemented my own. And so I was pleased to see that they had done it, because when I read the literature, including those additional references that Dr. Chang highlighted, because I had not picked them up, it was clear to me that my conclusions are supported, not the opposite.
Did Dr. Chang find, or sorry, strike that. Did Dr. Chang identify any studies that you did not consider in your weight of the evidence analysis that in any way change your opinions?
Right. She did identify a couple of dozen studies, but I mean, some were abstract, some were repeat publications, some were simply not contributing a whole lot to the evidence. So overall, she did find some additional references, but if anything, they added to my own confidence that fluoride is a definite human neurotoxic agent, and that the toxicity starts at very low exposure levels.
Now, in her review, Dr. Chang cites a number of methodological limitations in the studies. Did you find any of the methodological limitations that she discusses to provide a likely explanation for the observed association between fluoride and adverse neurodevelopmental effects?
Nope.
Dr. Chang cites exposure imprecision as one of the limitations that could explain the association between fluoride and reduced IQ. Do you think that this is a credible assumption?
No, and I note that Dr. Chang misquotes me and then says that I'm wrong, but it's her misquote that is wrong.
So how does she misstate your opinion?
She, and I'm citing from my memory, she claims that I say that exposure misclassification or imprecision inevitably always results in an underestimation of the risk. I didn't say that it always resulted in that. I said that the tendency was that the effect would be underestimated. So it is possible on occasion that there could be a slight overestimation, but the overall trend is an underestimation. This is what I said, but she misquoted me and then said that I was wrong. I think that's improper. I'm sorry, I think it's improper.
Now, if exposure imprecision can occasionally bias the results away from the null, why is it that exposure imprecision does not provide a credible explanation for the studies on fluoride and IQ?
It is because just about all of the studies agree, they all show that there is a tendency toward fluoride being associated with IQ losses. If there was, and they all associated with some likely misclassification, some imprecise assessment of the exposure. But let's say that an occasional study would overestimate, but then the rest would have underestimated. And so this explanation is inappropriate.
Now, doctor, I am going to show you, put on the screen here, an exhibit for the plaintiffs have introduced in this case. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 33A. And I'm going to put this on the screen. Doctor, can you see this document?
I see it.
This is EPA's regulatory impact analysis of the Clean Air Mercury Rule. I'm going to direct your attention to page 911. And doctor, on this page, EPA states, presence of exposure measurement error could introduce a bias in the results, most likely towards the null. Doctor, do you agree with the EPA that exposure measurement error is most likely to bias the results towards the null?
I think I'm a co-author of the paper that the chairman of biostatistics from University of Copenhagen is the first author of. I must say I wholeheartedly agree with the sentence that the EPA has phrased here.
And you had made reference to this study that the EPA is citing by Boots Jorgensen.
Okay. Yeah.
And the reference is here. Are you a co-author of that study, Dr. Grandjean?
I seem to recognize my own name there.
Now, in your study, Dr. Grandjean, of the Faroe Islands, did you make any attempt to assess the impact of exposure imprecision in that cohort study?
Yeah, we did. I don't know. Do you really want the detailed answer? Because I could talk about mercury for a long time.
I appreciate that because we are running short on time. So if you could maybe give a short, if it's possible, a very brief summary of how you went about assessing the impact of exposure imprecision.
Okay. Mercury is excreted in hair. And fortunately, women who give birth in the Faroe Islands have long hair usually. And so we could cut the hair close to the root, and then centimeter by centimeter, 1 centimeter represents 1 month of mercury exposure. So we could see during those 9 centimeters with a lot of variability in mercury exposure in comparison to the 1st centimeter that we used as our preferred indicator of exposure because that was the one closest to the birth, the 3rd trimester. And we saw that women who had variable mercury exposures, they had a lower, the mercury exposure estimate had a flatter association with the IQ deficits in their children than those who had a more constant exposure. So this was a empirical replication of the biostatistical prediction.
So I'd like to close now, Dr. Grandjean, by discussing some of the Bradford Hill factors that you've considered as part of your weighted the evidence analysis. I'd like to ask you about some of the opinions that Dr. Chang has offered on this. And let's start first with the strength of association factor. Dr. Chang has offered the opinion that the magnitude of association between fluoride and IQ is, quote, relatively small in comparison with normal expected variations in each outcome measure as indicated by average values and standard deviation. So let me start, Dr. Grandjean, and ask you, what is the standard deviation for IQ tests?
It's 15, and that's the way the IQ scale was generated by David Wexler way back in early history of psychometrics. 15 is the standard deviation. So you would have about 95% of the variation between 70 and 130. 2 standard deviations on each side of the average, which is supposed to be 100.
So the standard deviation is 15 IQ points, correct?
Right.
Are you aware of any neurotoxicant that causes an average loss of IQ points in the general population of 15 IQ points?
No.
So if Dr. Chang's criteria for strength of association was applied to lead, would lead pass the test?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
If Dr. Chang's criteria that she has used for the strength of association assessment, that the IQ, in the case of fluoride, that the magnitude of association is relatively small because it's 3 to 5 IQ points, which is less than the standard deviation. if that test was applied to lead, would lead pass the test?
No, no.
What?
And I think it's inappropriate. And she also claimed that we had shown that the difference between high fluoride exposure and low fluoride exposure was 0.45 IQ points. This is a misinterpretation. It's misleading, actually. She's trying to explain away our report from 2012, the systematic review we did, and the meta-analysis, where the standardized deviation was found to be 0.4, 0.45. But that was in relation to the 15. So it's not 0.45 IQ points like she claims. And I mean, it's unbelievable that she would make that misjudgment. It is 0.45 times the standard deviation, as we explained very clearly in the paper. So this is why I'm saying it's 6.75, because that's 0.45 times 15.
So
Just to get the record straight. I'm sorry.
So Dr. Chang, in her expert report in this case, said that your meta-analysis found an average difference in IQ of 0.45 IQ points?
Right.
So what does the fact that Dr. Chang's criteria for the strength of association, the fact that lead would fail that test,
Right.
What does it tell you about Dr. Chang's assessment on the strength of association?
I hate to say this, but I mean, I wish that I could compare my report to a report of a respected colleague, but what she has written is, in my mind, inappropriate. That report should not be relied upon. I'm embarrassed that the EPA would recruit Dr. Chang, who's already killed or tried to kill some of my work on perfluorinated compounds, that they would recruit her to write this report with all of those errors and biases in it. I'm very sorry I have to argue against that. This is not science. This is simply a misleading report. I'm sorry. I mean, I get a little upset about this because I'm sad to see that what has happened to a colleague who works for a product defense firm.
So let's talk now about Dr. Chang's assessment on the consistency of the epidemiological evidence on fluoride and IQ. In her analysis, Dr. Chang compares the results of the New Zealand studies that we talked about earlier with the results of the element and MIREC cohort studies, and says that those studies are inconsistent. What is your assessment of Dr. Chang's analysis on that?
She's comparing apples to grapes. The good studies are the apples. That's the MIREC study and the element study. The grapes are, it's a whole different story. The New Zealand studies, we already talked about them. They have misclassification of the exposure, and therefore the conclusions are unreliable. The studies are not informative. And so comparing highly qualified, excellent prospective studies with individual exposure assessment and with assessment of prenatal exposures, to compare them with studies that didn't have individual exposures, didn't assess prenatal exposures, it's inappropriate. I'm sorry.
So let's talk now about Dr. Chang's assessment on the biological gradient factor of the Bradford Hill analysis. Dr. Chang, in her report, takes the scatter plots from the MIREC cohort and the element cohort, and she removes the regression line. And then she says, there's a lot of scatter here, and it's not visually apparent that fluoride is associated with reduced IQ. Let me stop there and ask you, does the existence of scatter in these figures in any way call into question the dose-response relationship between fluoride and IQ?
Nope.
can a similar degree of scatter that we see in the element and MIRAC cohort studies be found in the scatter plots of lead and IQ?
Yes, and we found it for mercury too.
So if we applied Dr. Chang's criteria for the biological gradient, we applied that test to lead, would lead pass the test?
I would warn against that. I mean, this is what we teach in Epidemiology 101. I mean, don't rely on the visual impression of scatter plots.
So would lead pass Dr. Chang's scatter plot test?
Nope.
Would mercury pass Dr. Chang's scatter plot test?
Nope.
So let's move on.
Let me ask a question. Can I assume that the amount of scattering on a plot will inform the confidence level, the standard deviation analysis?
Right. The scatter means that there is, of course, a confidence interval around, let's say we have a regression line like this, then you will have a confidence range around that. But the statistical test will tell you if the slope is significant or not. And so you can visually see that the line may have various angles, but if the confidence interval does not include a flat line or one going the opposite direction, it's of course statistically significant. That's why we use statistics to assess this. You can't rely on your own visual impression from, let's say, 500 spots on a piece of paper.
So the visual, the amount of scattering is taken into account in the statistical analysis through the analysis. So, you know, arguably the more scattered and seemingly to the eye it is, that will be taken into account through the statistical analysis, whether it comes out in terms of confidence intervals or something else. Is that right?
Exactly.
So why would one even look at the visual? What does that give you? If you run it through a statistical analysis, you will generate a confidence interval.
I mean, we warn against it. I mean, this is very simple. You don't rely on your vision. You test this because we have biostatistical methods that can assess this precisely and give you a p-value.
Okay.
So what is more powerful, Dr. Grandjean? Biostatistics or the naked eye when looking at a scatter plot?
With all due respect, Mr. Covert, I don't rely on your naked eye, nor do I rely on my own. I rely on a biostatistical assessment.
So going to ask you now about Dr. Chang's assessment on the biological plausibility of fluoride causing neurodevelopmental effects. Dr. Chang's assessment, she provides no discussion of fluoride's passage through the blood-brain barrier or potential effects on the thyroid gland. How does that compare with your weight of the evidence assessment in this case?
My assessment is more comprehensive, and this is what I have done for the World Health Organization in the past and the European Commission. We are looking both at the uptake of fluoride, its distribution, and how fluoride from serum is passing through the placenta into the fetal circulation, passing into the fetal brain. And there are studies that have documented the presence of fluoride in the brain tissue from aborted fetuses. And this is important information to document the plausibility and likewise the passage into the child's body, let's say from a formula that the child is fed as an infant. So this is what I took into account in my report. And though Dr. Chang repeatedly says that she has done a systematic review, she avoided discussing these matters, and I don't understand why.
So let's turn now to Dr. Chang's assessment of the experimental evidence factor under Bradford Hill. In your declaration, you note that the NRC in its 2006 report discusses case reports that have found neurological manifestations subsequent to fluoride exposure.
Right.
Why is that important to you, Dr. Grandjean, in considering the experimental factor under Bradford Hill?
I agree with the NRC's assessment that there is experimental evidence. I think Dr. Walcott was one of the authors of individual cases where a subject had been exposed to a high fluoride level in the water and developed headaches and whatever neurological symptoms, and where they then disappeared after the fluoride exposure had been removed and then reappeared again. And I think the NRC wrote that very well. I referred to some of the occupational health evidence where there are similar experiences from workers who developed similar central nervous symptoms.
And in the occupational workers who have developed symptoms from fluoride exposure, do those symptoms, have they included headaches?
Yeah, this goes back to Kai Roham's thesis from 1939. Those were the workers whose cancer experience and mortality that I assessed in the 1980s. So I know that work very well. So
getting right to the end here, I know it's getting late your time, so I'm going to ask you about Dr. Chang's assessment of coherence.
Before you go, let me that last point. Did you say that there have been studies that looked at symptoms such as headaches going back to the 1930s, Dr. Ranjan?
Right. These were the very same workers who had those skeletal problems that I looked at. I got records from workers back to 1924, and I followed them up. Rohan, Danish physician, did clinical examinations, and in his report from 1939, he also wrote about headaches and dizziness and symptoms like that in the workers.
Okay, thank you.
In Dr. Chang's assessment of coherence, she points to data indicating that IQs have increased over the 20th century and argues that this is not coherent with water fluoridation reducing IQ. Dr. Grandjean, do you take any issue, or do you disagree with Dr. Chang's assessment on that?
Once again, I think Dr. Chang is raising an inappropriate issue. If the Flynn effect, as it's called, from a professor, I think he was in New Zealand, Dr. Flynn, he was essentially looking at the performance on IQ tests. And over time, you remember in one of the Wexler tests, you were shown a map of America, just the contour of the US. And the subject was supposed to point at what was missing on that. And the test had cut off Florida. And the difference between the time when Dr. Wexler developed that test and there was no television, and today is that every day we see the map of America on the weather forecast, and everybody can see, hey, Florida is missing on that drawing. And that has nothing to do with IQ. It has to do with performance and the background of the test individuals, the children, if you want. And of course, the tests have been modernized over time. Um, Studies have been done looking at reaction time as a neutral measurement rather than looking for Florida on the American map. And with reaction time, there is no such tendency that the kids are better. They have faster reaction time. There's no such tendency. In contrast, there are actually many studies that show that the reaction time is increasing, that is, performance is worse. For example, associated with light exposure and mercury. I'm not sure it has been done on fluoride yet, but anyway, so the Flynn argument is inappropriate.
So when was leaded gasoline entered into the market?
I think 1924.
And leaded gasoline was banned about what, in the 1980s?
Yeah, it was phased out around 1980.
If we applied the Flynn test to leaded gasoline, would leaded gasoline pass the test?
No.
And is leaded gasoline well recognized and well established to have reduced IQ in the United States?
It is.
And yet IQ scores under the Flynn test were increasing during the time that leaded gasoline was on the market. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So lastly, Dr. Grandjean, based on your weight of the evidence analysis, do you have an opinion on whether the association between fluoride in drinking water and neurotoxic effects is a causal one?
I have a strong opinion based on solid evidence.
And what is...
And my opinion is that fluoride is a definite causal factor in regard to cognitive deficits in children exposed during early development to this human neurotoxin.
And does your opinion apply to the levels of fluoride that are added to drinking water for fluoridation?
It does, and it applies to the whole scale. I think that EPA allows up to 4 milligrams of fluoride per liter. And it's a limit that has not been changed for many decades. And I think we must now conclude that is outdated, and fluoridation needs to be reevaluated, taking into regard this new information. And if fluoridation is going to be continued, I would recommend that the level of fluoride in drinking water respect the MDL that I have calculated and settle for a much lower concentration than what is currently used.
Thank you, Dr. Grandjean. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. This is the time that, why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute break at this time and we'll resume cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The recording has stopped.
Dr. Grandjean?
Okay, to the attendees that have their hands raised, please lower your hand if you are not going to be actively participating in the court's virtual will. Your Honor, shall we start?
Yeah, I'm just checking with the court reporter. Debbie, is can you do a test and I can see if it's working here? There we go. All right, good. It's working. Thank you. Okay.
This meeting is being recorded.
Please come to order. Court is now in session.
All right. We're going to resume now with the government's cross-examination of Dr. Grandjean.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Grandjean.
Good afternoon.
You are not an expert in toxiokinetics, are you, sir?
I'm sorry, I'm not an expert in what?
Toxicokinetics?
Well, toxicokinetics is part of my background.
You're not an expert in that area, are you, sir?
I would say I'm a sufficient expert in toxicokinetics to assess the impact of toxicokinetics of fluoride in the human body in regard to the risk assessment that I've conducted.
Okay, thank you. Sir, you are not an expert in toxicokinetics, is that correct?
You are misstating my background. I just told you that I know enough of toxicokinetics as part of my toxicological background. I've been the advisor in toxicology to the Danish government for over 30 years. I do know toxicokinetics. I think it's inappropriate to state that I'm not an expert in toxicokinetics. I'm sorry, this is inappropriate.
Sir, do you have an advanced degree or a degree in toxicokinetics?
There is no such.
What field does toxicokinetics fall in?
In what field?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't understand the question.
Sir, you are an adjunct professor at Harvard, is that correct?
I'm an adjunct professor of environmental health at Harvard Chan School of Public Health.
And your professorship is mainly limited to academic research, is that correct?
No.
You do not teach classes at Harvard, is that correct, sir?
No.
You do not teach a full academic schedule at Harvard, is that correct, sir? You only teach, you only fill in to teach seminars, is that correct, sir?
I don't think you understand the teaching at Harvard from the way you're expressing yourself. I do teach when I'm around and when my talents are useful for the degree programs that we have at Harvard School of Public Health.
Dr. Grandjean, you have a PhD, is that correct?
You can call it a PhD if you want.
So you do not have a PhD?
No. What I say is I am a doctor of medical sciences, and that was a degree that was available in Scandinavia before the PhD thesis degree was formally instituted. But the Doctor of Medical Sciences is actually a more advanced degree than a PhD because it involves several years of independent research.
And is it true, Dr. Grandjean, that in the academic tradition is to list senior authors last on academic papers? Is that true?
I don't know, you're generalizing, and it may be that that's the case sometimes. It may not be the case all the time.
Okay, sir, you and I met back in September, is that correct? I conducted a deposition of you here in Washington, D.C., is that right, sir?
Ms. Kafara, I recognize you.
Great, and that was on September 13th, and Your Honor, I'd like permission to read deposition transcript lines 9211 through 93-1.
And the purpose of that is for impeachment or what?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, let me see if there's right, I've been signed out. Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Hold on for a second. I got locked out of box.com.
And Your Honor, I can have Mr. Hainbrick bring it up on the screen if that's helpful for you.
I have to do that while I'm trying to recover here. And just for my reference, would I find this in a witness binder, or how, when you cross, where would I find something like this?
So actually, the deposition transcript, I know, Your Honor, we actually sent you a hard copy of that last Friday. You would have gotten that in your witness binders. And I know that we did include what we sent you in hard copies we put on box.com. So
Right.
there
If I
actually
go to
should.
just go to the
Yeah.
depositions. It's not going to be in the. All right. I have Dr. Ron Johnson. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Your Honor, please let me know when to proceed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Question, but you're not listed as the main author on that paper. Answer, I'm saying I was senior author. Question, what does that mean? How would I, looking at that, know? Answer, we speak different languages, okay? A senior author, and I think I was also corresponding author, a senior author is the one listed last. So usually the person who has been doing, the field work or whatever, is listed first, and it could be a graduate student, but then the supervisor is listed last. That's the sort of academic tradition.
Okay.
You could clear the screen, Mr. Hainbrick. Thank you. Now, Dr. Grandjean, in your initial expert report, setting forth your opinions and the basis thereof, that was dated June 21st, 2019. Is that correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
And Your Honor, can I have permission to put the cover page on that shows the date?
Yep.
Mr. Hainbrick, that's U30. If you could zoom in there on the date.
I see the date. Thank you.
June 21st, 2019. Now, is it true, and you could clear that, sir, thank you. Dr. Grandjean, isn't it true that you did not offer a Bradford Hill causation analysis for the purposes of forming your opinion in this litigation?
What I did was to assess the best available evidence and conduct a weight of the evidence assessment. And the Bradford Hill aspects, which I teach also, were in the back of my head. So whether I highlighted them or not does not detract from the fact that I did a weight of the evidence assessment like the EPA says that should be done.
And isn't it true, Dr. Grandjean, that you first saw Dr. Chang's report on August 2nd, 2019?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, permission to refresh the witness's memory.
Okay.
Mr. Hainbrick, it's U61. And Dr. Grandjean, this is a email from Mr. Conant, and it has the expert reports of Dr. Chang, Dr. Suji, and Dr. Henry. And the email is dated August 2nd, 2019. Does that help you refresh your memory?
I've seen this email before, so the date is probably correct.
Can you clear the screen, please? Now, isn't it true that you provided a supplemental report responding to Dr. Chang's analysis on August 15th, 2019?
I don't recall the date, but I recall that I offered a rebuttal report.
Permission, Your Honor, to refresh the witness's memory.
Yep.
U47. If we could zoom in on the date.
I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Clear the screen, please. So then it's true, Dr. Grandjean, that you formed your opinions in this matter prior to reviewing Dr. Chang's systematic review. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, and so you issued a report in June 21 that had your opinions in it, right? We've established that. Is that true?
Can you repeat yourself?
Your report, your initial report that had your opinions included, that was disclosed to the EPA in June of 2019. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, we just agreed on that.
Okay. And we also just agreed that you first saw Ellen Chang's report on August 2nd, 2019. Is that true, sir?
And that's what that email says. So I'm not sure if that was the first time I saw it. I don't remember.
Okay. Is your testimony that you had seen and considered Dr. Chang's systematic review prior to forming an opinion in this matter?
Overbroad.
Overruled.
Forming an opinion on this matter? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I don't understand your question.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to review Dr. Chang's systematic review before you issued a report in this litigation?
You know, this is like a long time ago. A lot has happened. I don't remember the details.
Okay. But you do know that we just established, correct, that you issued your initial report in June and you didn't get Ellen Chang's report until August. Is that right?
Well, that's what the email indicates.
I understand.
Don't remember the exact dates. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, it is true that you had already formed an opinion on the causation of fluoride exposure prior to offering a critique to Dr. Chang's Bradford Hill causation analysis. Is that true?
And that is what's in my June report. That was my opinion.
Okay. And so your critique of Dr. Chang's Bradford Hill analysis was conducted after you had already formed and reached your causation conclusions. Is that right, sir?
I did, and I had the Bradford Hill aspects in the back of my mind. I don't remember if I went through them in my first opinion, but I did in the rebuttal, and it was very easy for me to do.
And in your trial declaration, you asserted that your assessment in this matter follows the general approach applied by EPA in the sense that you did a weight of the scientific evidence that focused on best available science. Is that your testimony, sir?
That is my testimony today as well.
Okay, and you cite in your declaration, you cite to EPA 2017, which is the TSCA regulatory rule for conducting risk evaluations under TSCA 6B. Is that correct, sir?
I'm a physician. I'm not a lawyer. I cited the best available reference that I could find.
Okay, and that reference was EPA's risk evaluation rule. Is that right, sir?
I don't recall.
Okay, and Your Honor, permission to refresh the witness's recollection.
All right.
Mr. Hainbrink, if you could bring up U25, beginning at paragraph 25. You see the site there to EPA 2017, and then Mr. Hainbrink, if you could go to page 60.
I see that, and I apologize if I chose the wrong reference.
And on page 60, should be towards the bottom. Oh, yeah. It's around line 18. It's line 21, actually. There we go. Okay, EPA 2017 procedures for chemical risk evaluation under the Toxic Substance Control Act. So that's what you cited to, right, sir?
It appears so. I honestly, I don't recall the details.
Okay, you could clear the screen, please. And are you aware, Dr. Grandjean, that the risk evaluation rule says that integrating systematic review into a weight of the scientific evidence approach is critical to meet the statutory requirements of TSCA? Are you aware of that, sir? I
think it should be critical, so I agree.
Okay, and are you aware that, and you did not do a systematic review in this for in forming your opinion, is that right, sir?
I did a systematic review in 2012, and then I did a comprehensive updated review in my June report from last year.
Okay, but you did not conduct a systematic review informing your opinion for this litigation. Is that right, sir?
You are misquoting me. I did a systematic review in 2012, and then I did a comprehensive updated review for my June report.
Okay, Mr. Hambrick, can we, Your Honor, permission to bring up the witness's trial declaration? Paragraph 26 on the declaration, please, Mr. Hambrick. You see there, you say, in light of my familiarity with the scientific literature on fluoride neurotoxicity, I did not conduct a formal systematic review on this occasion. Instead, my conclusions relied on a comprehensive and thorough review supplemented by a benchmark dose analysis of the recent prospective data. Thank you. You can clear the screen.
I stand by that statement.
And Dr. Grandjean, are you aware that the risk evaluation rule lists key elements of systematic review that would meet that methodology?
Misstates the record.
Why don't you ask it in a different way?
Dr. Grandjean, are you aware that the risk evaluation rule lists key elements of systematic review?
Again, I'm a physician. I'm sure that given my report, EPA could do the proper documentation according to the legal practices that they prefer. I'm not a lawyer, so what I've done is to obtain the best available evidence and conduct a weight of the evidence assessment. And this is exactly what EPA is calling for. And I apologize if I have cited a wrong reference or expressed myself in terms that are not exactly in accordance with EPA's preferences. I have looked at the science, and that's what should count when we assess whether or not fluoride is a hazard to the next generation's intelligence.
Okay, so it is true then that you have not followed the general approaches applied by EPA under the EPA risk evaluation rule. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's correct. I have done what I just told you, and I admit it may not be exactly what EPA would like to do, but given what I have produced...
I'm sorry, counsel, there's a shuffling of papers. I cannot hear the witness. I'm sorry, Mr. Grandjean. Sorry.
We couldn't hear you, Mr. Grandjean. If you could finish what you're saying.
Okay, so I have provided what EPA is asking for, namely an assessment of the best available evidence. And I have conducted a weight of the evidence assessment exactly like EPA is calling for, and that the National Academy of Sciences has called for assessment of environmental chemicals. And I apologize if my wording and the fact that I didn't conduct a systematic or something that the EPA would call systematic review of the evidence for the last 7 or 8 years. We did one in 2012. And as you already understand, there is nothing that I may have overlooked that changes my mind at all. In fact, the few references that Dr. Chang was able to find helped consolidate my conclusions, not the opposite, as he has claimed.
Mr. Hambrecht, can you bring up EPA's trial exhibit number 544, please? Page 9, middle column. Now, Dr. Grangi, this is what we were just talking about, where EPA says it sees weight of the scientific evidence approach as an interrelated part of systematic review, and further believes that integrating systematic review into TSCA risk evaluations is critical to meet the statutory requirements of TSCA. So that's in this document here that you cited to, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, and then Mr. Hambrecht, can you go further down, page 9, middle column, starts with key elements of systematic review and goes on to the next section. Now you see, Dr. Grangi, the first element of systematic review here in EPA's document that you cited to, it calls it for a clearly stated set of objectives defining the question. Now, if I understand correctly, the scope of your evaluation for this litigation was focused on developmental neurotoxicity. Is that correct?
I went beyond that.
Okay, so, and isn't it true, Dr. Grangi, that your dose response analysis focused on reported cognitive deficiencies associated with maternal urinary fluoride concentrations?
I went beyond that too.
In the BMD analysis, you went beyond that?
No, not the BMD analysis. That was based on the critical life stage in regard to the most sensitive outcomes.
In the critical life stage being fetal infancy and fetal development?
And early infancy.
Okay. Now, you're not offering an opinion today that fluoride causes IQ loss in adults, are you?
That was not the task I was given.
Okay. And your causal analysis was based on the observed relationship between elevated fluoride exposure and IQ loss. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Hambrecht. I'm going to ask you to put that back up. And you see the next key element of systematic review is developing a protocol which describes the specific criteria and approaches that will be used throughout this process. Now, you did not offer that in this in your report for this litigation, did you, sir?
I am sure you can find many deviations from EPA's practice. I think EPA has to publish this in the Federal Register. I didn't do that. I'm sorry. So my assessment, which is based on the science, is not relying on some legal criteria. I'm sorry, I couldn't do that. I'm a mere physician and therefore not aware of these legal aspects.
Okay, sir, and you see the next element, it says applying the search strategy criteria in a literature search. Now, you did not conduct a literature search for this litigation, did you?
I did.
You did, okay, but you did not write down your search criteria in any of your reports or declaration, did you, sir?
I did not, because we did that in the 2012 paper, and I simply continued the systematic search up to 2019. And so I'm a scientist, and I use scientific methods, and for me to express everything in great detail when it's obvious what I did, I'm sorry I didn't provide that detail.
Okay, and you see on the column, it's on my right-hand side. I'm not sure if it's on everybody else's. The second box, it says assessing the quality of the studies using a predefined criteria. Now, you did not assess each of these studies using a predefined criteria. Is that correct?
No.
And you can clear the screen, Mr. Hambrick. Thank you. Now, Dr. Grandjean, you are not an expert in biostatistics. Is that correct?
Where do you know that from? I mean, I use biostatistics every day.
Are you being offered as an expert in this litigation, as an expert in biostatistics?
No, I'm here as an expert in the risk assessment of human developmental neurotoxicants. And as an expert appropriate for this case on fluoride, I, of course, rely in part on my biostatistical background, which was part of the education I took way back as a young physician when I was going for my doctorate of medical sciences.
Now, Dr. Grandjean, you testify in paragraph 18 of your declaration that you have published 7 articles in international biostatistician and biomedical journals in collaboration with Dr. Boots Jorgensen. Is that correct?
I think so. I don't remember the number, but 7 or 8, something like that.
Mr. Hambrick, can you bring up U25, paragraph 18, please? You see here.
Okay. 7
okay.
is the number.
And Dr. Grandjean, and you can clear that, Mr. Hambrick. Thank you. Dr. Grandjean, how many of those 7 articles were you listed as first author?
I don't remember. I think my biostatistical colleague, Espen Butjornsen, was listed first because he has an education and a PhD in biostatistics and is now chairman of the department in Copenhagen.
Okay, sir, and you do not have an education and PhD in biostatistics, is that right?
I've taken what you would call PhD classes in biostat, yes.
And did you earn a PhD degree in biostatistics?
There was no such degree when I graduated.
Now, Dr. Grandjean, isn't it true that the BMD analysis for methylmercury was conducted by your biostatistic colleagues, Dr. Espen Boots Jorgensen and Professor Niels Keating? Isn't that right?
We collaborated, all 3 of us, and my 2 biostat colleagues were responsible for the equations with the Greek letters. I understand them, and so I signed on as co-author. I was actually the one who got the contract with EPA in agreement with my biostat colleagues. So yes, we did this in collaboration.
Okay, and it's true that you did not conduct the actual statistical interpretation of the modeling approach that was used for calculating BMD for methylmercury. Is that correct?
Once again, I prefer to leave this to the people with degrees in biostatistics to take responsibility for that, because it would be inappropriate for a mere physician like me to say, I did it. Well, we collaborated, and I understand exactly what they wanted to do, but it is better for me and for them and for the audience that they are listed first, because the message is primarily biostatistical, but it has a public health angle that I was responsible for, and that is also for the interpretation of benchmark dose calculations and the, relevance to decisions on public health and society.
Now, Dr. Grandjean, you would agree that BMD, I'm going to refer to benchmark dose as BMD, so you're okay with that, is that right?
I am very much okay.
Okay. Would you agree that BMD modeling is a highly technical exercise? Isn't that correct?
It can be, it depends on the data at hand.
Okay. And you cited in your declaration, you actually cited to EPA's 2012 benchmark dose technical guidance. Is that correct?
That's the standard reference.
What do you mean by standard preference?
Because it's a EPA guidance and EPA made software available. So I think it's the only one that EPA has released. So I would call it standard.
And did you follow that guidance while you were conducting your BMD calculations in this litigation?
I believe so.
Now, isn't it true, Dr. Grandjean, that you did not conduct the actual computation of BMDs that serves as the basis for your opinion in this litigation?
Once again, I prefer to leave this to a biostatistical expert who is internationally recognized, because I think that adds to the confidence that you can have that those calculations are correct. Because I relied on an impartial expert colleague.
Yeah, I apologize for interrupting you, sir. Isn't it true that you did not conduct the actual statistical interpretation of the modeling approach that serves the basis of your opinion in this litigation?
No.
No, it's not true, or no, you didn't do it?
Well, I mean, I could have sent this report to you without mentioning my colleague, Dr. Butch-Johnson. Because as I also, when the judge asked me about the details of the calculation, it's actually quite simple. And you can see that it's a matter of dividing the BMR by the beta value. And you could do this on the back of an envelope, and so you could do it. I mean, I don't know if you have a math degree as a background, you don't even need that. You can do it on the back of the envelope. And so I did the calculations myself, and Dr. Butch-Johnson and I ended up with the same result. He did, and I couldn't have done that. He scanned the figure from the element study where he extracted the data points where we were missing one. And then he applied the software, the statistical approach, which is similar to EPA software, to actually calculate on the basis of the raw data, the exact BMD and the exact BMDL, except that we were missing one data point. So it may not be exact anyway, but you could see that what I call the back of the envelope calculation is almost the same as the advanced biostatistical calculation based on the multitude of raw data.
Dr. Grandjean, did you or Dr. Boots-Jorgensen do the calculation for the green 2019 study? Which one of you ran that calculation?
We did it, both of us. It's the same because it's a BMR divided by the beta value.
In which calculation, your calculation or Dr. Boots-Jorgensen's, which calculations did you put in your into your trial declaration, sir?
Our own joint result, which were the same.
Your Honor, can I share for impeachment purposes an email dated August 2nd, 2019 from Espen Boots Jorgensen to Dr. Grandjean?
Okay,
And that is Mr. Hambrick U35.
what is this again?
This is an email from Dr. Boots Jorgensen to Dr. Grandjean on August 2nd, 2019. And unfortunately, this is in Danish. So I have run a rough interpretation. I'm looking actually at the bottom part there, Mr. Hambrick, the email from Mr. Grandjean or Dr. Grandjean to Dr. Jorgensen. I have a rough calculation, but Mr. Grandjean or Dr. Grandjean, do you want to translate this for us?
I don't recall this email, and you can see that it's after I submitted the June report.
That's right. And you did not conduct your green BMD analysis in your initial report, correct? You did that in your supplemental report, isn't that right?
I don't recall, but I mean, I can see the date is later than my June report, and I mean, I don't remember these details.
Okay, is this your email address? Mr. Hambrick, can you zoom in on the email address, please?
I can see it from here. It's my email address. I haven't looked at that email for a very long time.
Okay, and can you very quickly interpret for, I mean, I could do it if you want me to, but can you interpret for us just right there what that says?
I'm not prepared to do that because I've not looked at this for a long time. So would you allow me several minutes to and perhaps find the original email so that I'm sure that we're talking about the same thing?
This email, this document that I got was produced to me from Mr. Conant. And I'm sure Mr. Conant can tell you that that's what happened. And, you know, I'm not sure it's appropriate. You should be looking at your computer in the middle of cross-examination.
Well, what are you asking him to interpret literally translate, or are you asking him to give an interpretation? I'm not sure what you're asking him to do.
Well, I just want him to let the court know what this email says, what he's asking Dr. Boots Jorgensen to do. I would like him to tell the court.
That's a fair question, and the witness can look at it. If it takes you a couple of minutes to look at it, it's on the screen. And then the precise question is what, Ms. Carfora?
What he was asking Dr. Boots Jorgensen to do for him.
Okay.
In this email.
Question. All right, that's the question. And you can look at it, doctor, and then answer that question.
It doesn't mention benchmark though, so I don't know what we're talking about here.
Your Honor, I could do a couple of things. I can ask Mr. Hambrick, he can throw it into a Google Translator for us on the screen so we could all see it together. I can tell you what my quick interpretation is. How would the court like me to handle this?
Well, all right, so you are talking about the first paragraph. You want actually translated, is what you're saying.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, are you able to do that?
Oh, I can do that. Yeah.
Could you just read that? If you could, I know you're not a court interpreter, but if you could use your language skills and help me understand what it says.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm saying to Espen, here are the Canadian results where MUF, as you can see, the first column of the table. MUF is maternal urine fluoride in milligrams per liter of full-scale IQ. FSIQ is the full-scale IQ. Can we use the same formula as you used for the Mexican data? There is clearly an effect on the boys, but using urine fluoride, there is none for the girls. Both sexes show an effect if you instead use a calculated daily intake of fluoride, including tea. So this is what I wrote in Danish. I don't remember if I copied that table or if it's something that has been supplied, but it apparently shows the beta values.
And that was part of your email to Dr. Borch-Jurgensen, is that right?
That's what it appears, but apparently it says confidential on that piece, and maybe that's why I don't remember it.
And doesn't it say confidential, Dr. Grandjean, because the Green 2019 manuscript had not yet been published at the time you were using this data to run a BMD analysis. Isn't that right?
It was not officially published, but it was circulated because it had been accepted for publication, and the results had been presented at the International Society for Environmental Epidemiology meeting.
Okay, and can you, Mr. Hambrick, can you just pull out a little bit? And this is the email that Dr. Borch-Jurgensen sent back to you. Is that right? That's the calculation that he apparently completed. Would you agree with that?
Okay, he says, hi, Philippe. Here's a quick calculation. The unit is milligram. And then you can see the BMD and the BMDL.
And you use that BMDL, that email from Dr. Borch-Jurgensen, and you use that in your expert report and in your trial declaration. Is that right, sir?
I don't recall because he went back and forth a few times. So this is from August 2nd. And again, I don't remember. This is a long time ago.
And do you remember the date? You could clear this, Mr. Hambrick. Thank you. Do you remember the date, Mr. Grandjean, that you submitted your supplemental expert report?
Oh.
And Your Honor, can I have permission to refresh the witness's memory?
Yes.
Mr. Hambrick, do you have the cover page of Dr. Grandjean's rebuttal report?
It's actually Grandjean. I'm sorry, but
Grandjean, I'm sorry, sir. And that's August 4th. I'm sorry?
Yeah, we've seen this before. I just didn't learn the date by heart. So.
Okay, and the date on this supplemental report is August 14th, 2019. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, and that's about 12 days after Dr. Borch-Jurgensen sent you this email with the BMD calculations in it. Is that correct?
What I don't remember is because he said in the email, as I translated for you, here's a rough calculation. And what I don't remember is if he went over the data again and gave me some better numbers, and if my calculations were different, but at least we agreed on the table that I have also copied in my declaration.
You can clear the screen, please. No, Dr. Grandjean, I'm sorry, I'm going to do my best to get that right for you, sir. You did offer 2 benchmark dose calculations that you prepared in anticipation of this litigation. Is that correct?
One for the element study and one for the Canadian study.
And the element study is Bashash 2017. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
And the Myrick study is Green 2019. Is that right, sir?
Right. It's actually 2020 if you want the formal publication date. But it was, as I already said to you before, it was widely available in 2019.
And I think we talked about this, but your opinion is that Bashash 2017 and Green 2019 data analyzed fluoride's toxicity's critical effect, right, in the most highly vulnerable subpopulation. Is that your testimony, sir?
I think that's an appropriate summary, yes.
In the term critical effect, that refers to an endpoint. Is that correct?
Yes, I refer to developmental neurotoxicity as a critical endpoint. And this is, I mean, you can read about it in my book called Only One Chance. You only have one chance to develop the brain you're going to live with the rest of your life. And this is common knowledge in environmental health sciences.
And the endpoint that you were concerned with in your BMD analysis, that was loss of IQ, correct?
That was what?
Loss of IQ?
Loss of IQ, yes. And the benchmark response was 1 IQ point.
And you did not conduct a BMD analysis for any other endpoints, is that correct?
We did one for 5 just to see where the numbers were. But since EPA has recognized that the loss of 1 IQ point is an adverse effect, there's no reason for us to choose 2 or 1.3 or 0.7. We choose 1 because that's what EPA has done. And this is what others have done. The European Food Safety Authority has done it. Others have relied on 1 IQ point. You could argue that the loss of a half IQ point is bad also, but we did the calculation for 1.
Now the BMR is the IQ point, but did you run a BMD analysis on any other neurotoxic endpoints, the ADHD or ADD or anything like that?
Yeah, no, we chose not to do that. I mean, I would suggest to EPA that when they go for a final rule on fluoride, that they look at the ADHD data because there's actually a lot of information there. We decided to go for IQ because everybody knows that losses of IQ points in the next generation is an adverse effect. So, and since EPA had already said that 1 IQ point is an adverse effect, that's the easy to go for. With the ADHD, it's like a scale and there are diagnostic criteria. And so that could be used for supplementary argument, but the primary argument should be IQ losses.
Okay, so you agree that if EPA were doing a risk assessment on fluoride, that it should consider other neurotoxic effects other than loss of IQ. Is that correct?
It will be up to, again, I'm just a physician. If EPA thinks in order to satisfy the TSCA legislation that it's important to look at other aspects of neurotoxicity, I'm wholehearted behind them.
Okay, and do you know does the BMD dose response guidance that you relied on in conducting your BMD analysis here, do you know if that guidance suggests that BMD be run on other endpoints or just one endpoint?
I don't recall.
Okay. And now, you agree, Dr. Grandjean, that BMD calculations normally require access to original raw data. Isn't that correct?
I would think that that should be required. And that's why we read the raw data from the published information from the Bashar study. And since the numbers that we could calculate from the digitized data, well, we were missing one data point. Since our result was in almost perfect agreement with the one just based on the tabular information in the Bashar's paper, I would say the tabular information is sufficient. We didn't do that for the MIRIC study because we couldn't read the data from the figures. And in the meantime, we had agreed with both research groups that we should together do a BMD calculation on both studies and the joint evidence.
Now, isn't it true, sir, that Board Sturgeon, he sent you a description of the BMD calculations that he ran. And what he told you was, because you obtain only 286 endpoints, the following calculations will not be completely accurate. Isn't that what he told you?
Are you referring to the Bashar's paper?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, because we were missing one data point.
Okay. And Dr. Borch-Jurgensen told you because you were missing the data points, your BMD is not going to be completely accurate. Is that correct?
Well, I already told you in my table, I have the data for the digitized data where we were missing one data point. And I also give you the results where we're just using the tabular information. And you can see those numbers are almost indistinguishable. And so as a biostatistician, he has to say there could be some inaccuracy here because we're missing one data point out of 200 and something. But clearly the results on those two lines, we've already seen that table this morning, your time. So all I'm saying, and that's why that red line on the figures is sort of hazy, because I can't say if the BMDL is exactly 0.15 or if it's 1.53 or 1.42 or something. I can't say that for sure, but we will calculate this. The two research groups in the Canadian and Howard Hu's group that did the Mexico study, they've agreed we'll do this. It's just that it's more complicated than we envisaged because we have to work out of a safe server. So this has not been done yet, but hopefully with economic support from EPA, we can do it.
Okay, now the first step in your BMD analysis was the selection of a benchmark response. Is that correct?
I think we've been through this. This is the one IQ point that is an adverse effect. That is a benchmark response.
Okay, and if I refer to that as a BMR, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Is that true, sir?
Indeed.
Okay, and is it also true that a higher BMD would be possible if you chose a higher BMR? Is that correct?
I think I wrote that in my original report.
Okay, now you testified a couple minutes ago that your justification for choosing a BMR of 1 IQ point is based on EPA regulation that used a 1 IQ point. Is that right?
I think I provide a proper reference to EPA in regard to lead.
Okay. And sir, isn't it true that EPA concluded that an error-related IQ loss of 2 points will be used in conjunction with the evidence-based framework in selecting appropriate level for the lead NACs? Isn't that true?
You may well be right, but I don't remember the exact wording.
Well, when you were conducting your BMR analysis, you said that your justification was that EPA had chosen a 1 BMR before. Is that right?
That's my understanding. And this is what has been used in multiple other occasions.
Okay, and can we put up Plaintiff's Trial Exhibit 42, please? I believe it's PDF page 43. Middle column, bottom, begins with the administrator concludes. It says here, the administrator concludes, oh, I'm sorry, even better. Thank you, Mr. Hambrick. The administrator concludes that an error-related IQ loss of 2 points should be used in conjunction with the evidence-based framework in setting an appropriate level for the lead standard. Do you see that, sir?
I see that. It's new to me.
Okay, can you clear the screen, please? And are you also aware, Dr. Grandjean, that EPA proposed a 2-point IQ decrement for establishing the MCLG for perchlorate?
I'm not an expert on perchlorate, so I haven't seen that. I would personally, as a physician, and I'm sure that you would agree with me as a mother, that you would not agree that your child should lose 2 IQ points without that being called an adverse effect that should be prevented.
And Dr. Grandjean, or Mr. Hambrick, could we put up Plaintiff's Trial Exhibit number 43, please? We're going to be at page 13, third column top, beginning with to develop. Mr. Hamber, can you zoom in on third column top, beginning with to develop the proposed MCLG for perchlorate? It says to develop the proposed MCLG for perchlorate, the EPA made a policy decision to use a 2 IQ point decrement in the population distribution of IQ for the sensitive population. You see that, sir?
I see that. I've not seen it before, and I personally would warn against that because 2 IQ points, in my mind, is excessive.
And can you clear the screen, please? And in your analysis here, I think you already said this, but I just want to make sure. In your analysis here, you did not present a range of BMDs associated with the BMR or a range of BMRs. Is that correct?
It is correct. But if you look at my explanation of benchmark dose calculations, you will see that you can adjust the findings. You can adjust my results. It will be a back of the envelope calculation if you insist. I warn against it. But if you insist that 2 IQ points is admissible, that the next generation could lose 2 IQ points without anybody batting an eyelash, you can do the calculation. You know what you do? You multiply my numbers in the table by 2.
Okay, and Dr. Grandjean, is it your testimony that the methodology employed for calculating the BMD in this litigation is the same methodology employed in your prior BMD assessment of lead? Is that correct?
In my prior, I'm sorry, what?
BMD assessment of lead.
Yeah, this is the 2013 by the International Collaboration on Lead Neurotoxicity.
That article was called an International Pooled Analysis for Obtaining a BMD for Environmental Lead Exposure in Children. Is that the paper you're referring to?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. And is it, can I refer to that as the 2013 lead paper? Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. Now, you were listed as a senior author on that paper. Is that right?
Yeah, my name was before we said, and the international collaboration.
And Dr. Butz Jorgensen, he was listed as the lead author. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, isn't it true that your role in the 2013 lead BMD paper was coordinating your international colleagues together so that they could collaborate on this project? Is that right?
That's a simplified version. I can agree with that.
Okay. And is it your testimony that the methodology described in the 2013 lead paper is reliable?
It is, and you will see that we jointly, all of these authors, agreed that a benchmark response of 1 IQ point was appropriate.
And is it your testimony that the methodology described in the 2013 lead paper is generally accepted by the risk assessment community? Is that correct?
I haven't gauged that, but I don't see anything that we did which could be in contrast to any of my colleagues' opinions.
Now, the 2013 lead analysis presented statistical methods for calculating BMDs based on combined data from 7 prospective epidemiology studies. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in 2013, you said that this approach was superior for estimating exposure limits because uncertainty in regard to the true level of BMD will decrease. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact phrasing, but it sounds right.
Okay, Your Honor, can I refresh recollection, please?
Go ahead.
U43, page 10. First column, beginning with if information is pooled.
By the way, is this in evidence, or when you say U43, what?
This is not, Your Honor. This is reliance material.
Okay.
Mr. Hamber, can you zoom in for us? Mr. Hamer, can you find if the information is pulled? It should be. There we go. Thank you very much. And this says, if the information is pooled, then the uncertainty in regard to the true level of BMD will decrease as a result of the larger data set from an increased number of studies. Is that right? Dr. Grandjean?
Yeah, that's what it says here.
Okay, and it says, goes on to say, in comparison, BMDLs from individual studies will suggest a greater degree of uncertainty, with most BMDL values being lower than the BMDL for the combined data set. Is that right?
Right. And it's a simple effect of the certainty being greater when you have a larger material to work on. And that means that the lower confidence limit will be closer to the BMD. And so I would predict that when we do the joint analysis for element and myric, that we'll find about the same BMD, but that the BMDL will be a little bit higher. I mean, it will still be low, it will still be below the BMD, but it'll be closer, a little bit closer to the BMD, simply because there's less statistical variability.
Okay, you can clear the screen, please. And so then you agree, Dr. Grandjean, that you did not employ the same pooled methodology in this litigation than you did in the 2013 paper. Is that right?
I think I've already explained that we plan to do this, but we haven't managed to do it because we have to work out of a safe server in Canada.
Okay, and then in the 2013 lead paper, you also considered and presented a wide range of different dose response models. Is that correct?
I don't remember. This is now 7 years ago.
Okay, Mr. Hamburg, can you bring up U43 again? We'll go to page 42. We'll do the second column in the middle. Oh, I'm sorry, I must have. Yeah, and if we can start with, in addition, we considered. Should be second column in the middle, column on the right. In addition, we consider a wide range of different dose response models and discuss potential advantages of the so-called hybrid approach to benchmark modeling. You see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and you can clear the screen, please. And you did not present different dose response models in your BMD analysis here, isn't that right?
Nope. That's not right.
And I'm sorry, it's not right?
You are misquoting me.
Okay, well, what models did you present in your BMD analysis?
We had the occasion with the myric data because we had the digitized data. So we had the occasion to look at a split curve and a log curve. So we tried different approaches. And the point is that the fit did not improve and the BMD result did not change much. So we stayed with the default version that EPA recommends, namely the linear curve.
Well, Dr. Grandjean, this is the first I'm hearing of this. I'm wondering, where did you disclose that? Was that in your initial report? Has it in your trial declaration? Where have you told us that before?
Frankly, I don't remember, but it should be right below the table where we reveal, or I reveal, our results from the element study.
And is that in your, you're talking about your report or your trial declaration?
I've written numerous documents. I can't separate them all. I don't remember. It should be, just look at the table and the text just below the table.
Okay, what document, sir, should I be looking at that? I'm happy to bring it up for it.
You asked me already. I don't remember, but there are 3 pages to look at. Just find the table and the text. You seem to have scanned my reports very carefully. It's right below that table.
Okay, let's, Mr. Hambrick, can you please bring up Dr. Grandjean's trial declaration? And let's take a look at the first table 2. It's on the next page, Mr. Hambrick. If you can highlight the table and maybe the paragraph underneath it.
Why don't you show the full page to be fair to the witness?
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's show him the full page.
Well, the other thing we can do is short circuit this, Mr. Conant. If you know, rather than our trying to go through every document, do you know if it exists in which declaration?
I do, Your Honor. It's on the page we're looking at right now. It's paragraph 140, and it was also in the expert report.
All right, let's take a look at 140. Let's just cut to the chase here.
Now, 140, now you say to assess the robustness of the calculation, we included a logarithmic conversion of the exposure parameter. We also used a split linear dose response curve as in one of our previous studies, but you then refer to these as sensitivity analysis, showing results that deviated only marginally. So that was not different dose response models. That was a sensitivity analysis of the one linear model that you used. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, you asked me if we use different dose response curves, and we did, and this is explained here very clearly.
So you conducted, this to me says that you conducted a sensitivity analysis on the linear dose response model. Is your testimony that you ran some other model than the linear dose response model?
We tested other appropriate models, and they were not superior to the default linear model that is the default that EPA recommends.
Okay, and where did you disclose that you tested other dose response models?
Right.
I'm happy for Mr. Conant to tell us if that helps us.
Yeah, it's the paragraph that we're looking at.
Okay, what? I mean, let me just back up a little bit. I'm a little confused. This paragraph says that you conducted sensitivity analysis on the linear model calculation. Isn't this what this paragraph is saying, or is this saying something different?
I think you understand it now.
Okay, so you did not.
Maybe it'd be helpful if you explain, for instance, what does it mean to include a logarithmic conversion of the exposure parameter? Is that something you can explain in kind of lay language?
Okay, so here we have the scatter plot, and EPA says use a linear dose response curve because that's what we assume is appropriate as the default. Right. We said, oh, but maybe it's logarithmic, so that it's a curve.
Right.
And we said maybe it bends so that it's flat. Let's say there's a threshold-like effect so that it's flatter at lower exposures and then it goes steeper. So we tried these different versions, and the BMD was almost the same, and the fit of the curve to the data was not better for these curves or split linear versions. And we call that a sensitivity analysis because we are testing the assumptions, the basic assumptions, if they are correct. And we couldn't improve on the linear model, and so we relied on EPA's recommendation.
And it's a split linear dose response curve, as it sounds like. You have kind of a change in not one straight linear response, but a change in that linearity? Or what does that mean? What's a split linear dose response curve?
Yeah, it's like you, instead of having one straight line, you allow the data to have a split linear, so it has a different a degree of change for lower exposures compared to higher exposures. We've seen that in some analyses that it happens. It does happen with lead. It does happen with mercury. We tried that for the fluoride data, and it's like the incline here appears to be the same throughout the range of exposures that we were looking at.
And the logarithmic conversion is one where the curved
Yeah.
was a curve. So you've tried different combinations: a straight linear, a split linear, curved, logarithmic. Okay, I understand.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamrick, you can clear the screen, please. And can you bring back up the 2013 lead paper, which is U43, I believe. And can you go to page 5, table 2? Now, Dr. Grandjean, in this lead paper here, you reported here you have each dose response model, right? Concurrent lead, peak lead, lifetime lead. You have each dose response model, and then you have BMD, BMDL, and then you have the fit range included on this table, right? So you reported out in your paper what the actual fit was for each of these dose response models. Is that true?
That, as you can see, this is what we reported.
And you did not report this in either your trial declaration or any of your expert reports. You did not report the goodness of the fit. Is that right?
This is what we plan to do when we look at all of the data on a safe server in Canada, which we haven't come around to doing yet, and which I predict is not going to show results that are any different from the ones I've already provided, and as shown by our sensitivity analysis on the digitized data from the Bashar's paper. So, I mean, in an ideal world, we would have all of these raw data available. I didn't do those two studies. Formally, I don't have access to the raw data. I'm sure that EPA could generate an agreement with the authors so that EPA would be part of this collaboration, and then we could jointly work out of the safe server in Canada and then get the exact numbers with the fits. Unfortunately, I just have one set of data, and that's where I'm missing an observation, as we've already talked about at length. And therefore, I don't have access to the raw data, and therefore it's not appropriate for me to show fits for the log curve and the split linear. All I can say is that there was no improvement, but we plan to generate those data so that everybody can be content that EPA's recommendation of the linear dose response curve is appropriate.
And clear the screen, please. And Dr. Grandjean, your 2013 lead analysis, you also determined the upper bound confidence limit for IQ loss. Isn't that correct?
I don't remember. It was probably just to be complete and not to hide anything. I don't know what to use it for. I would use the BMDL, the lower confidence limit.
Okay, and you did not, in this litigation, you did not provide an upper bound confidence limit for the IQ loss. Is that correct?
I see no justification. It could be done. I can do the calculations for you if you want, but I'm already saying that I am not certain that the data I have provided to you are very exact. I'm saying about 0.15. It could be 0.16, and it could be 0.13. It's about 0.15. And the key here is that this is way, way below the current fluoride exposures of the American population, including the pregnant women, especially those in fluoridated cities and in the parts of America where there are high fluoride contents in the groundwater.
And Dr. Grandjean, the MURIC study reported results for full-scale IQ. Is that correct?
Right.
I'm sorry.
That's standard. Yeah, that's
I'm
standard.
sorry, that was my. I'm sorry to interrupt you, and that was my fault. It was
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Let's try again, should we? Your green BMD analysis was based on the full-scale IQ reporting out of the MURIC cohort. Is that correct?
According to my memory, yes.
Okay. And the MURIC study reported an increase of 1 milligram per liter in maternal urinary fluoride adjusted for specific gravity, and what was associated with a lower full-scale IQ in boys, correct?
I think that's correct. Again, I don't remember the details, but it's in my report.
There's a full-scale IQ effect in boys, but not in girls. Is that correct?
Right, just like it happened in the Hamadani arsenic study that Dr. Chang relied on. So sometimes there is some deviation, but you will also see that when they relied on the fluoride intake, boys and girls were not different.
Okay, but your BMD is based on maternal urinary fluoride. Is that correct?
On both. I used maternal urinary fluoride and the calculated fluoride intake.
Okay, where is your BMD calculation for the intake values?
I think it's table 3 in my declaration.
But Dr. Grandjean, you're just comparing the intake values to the BMD that you had already calculated based on full-scale IQ. Isn't that right? In table 3?
I think we better look at table 3 so that we can make sure you're not misunderstanding.
Okay. Mr. Hainbrick, can you pull up page 45 of Dr. Grandjean's declaration? Highlight figure 3 for us.
It's a bottom line. The bottom line of table 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. I was looking at figure 3, not table 3. So let's highlight table 3. Okay. Now, Dr. Grant, thank you for clearing that up. Can you clear the screen, please? Now, the MURIC study also reported results for 2 domains of IQ. Is that correct?
That's standard.
And it was the verbal IQ and performance IQ scores. Is that correct?
That's again standard in psychometrics, yes.
And an increase in 1 milligram per liter in maternal urinary fluoride adjusted for specific gravity was not significant associated with a verbal IQ in boys or girls. Is that true?
I don't recall, but the tendency was in accordance with what was found for performance IQ.
Your Honor, permission to refresh recollection.
All right.
Can you please put up U44? Page 6, right-hand column bottom.
What is this from? What is this?
This is actually green 2019, Your Honor. This is the MURIC cohort.
Okay.
Yeah, and beginning with maternal urinary fluoride concentration and IQ. I'm sorry, you were in the right place. Right column, top, an increase of 1 milligram per liter was not significantly associated with verbal IQ in boys or girls. You see that, Dr. Grandjean?
I see that. It's not surprising.
Okay, and on the left-hand column, Mr. Hamburg, if you could go over to the left-hand column bottom. It starts with just the third line up. An increase of 1 milligram per liter of maternal uride fluoride adjusted for specific gravity was associated with lower PIQ score in boys, but the association was not significant in girls. You see that, sir?
I think we've been over this, and so this is just a finding. And I would say that it's better to rely on the full scale IQ because that is based on approximately 12 different subtests. And whether you split them into performance IQ and verbal IQ is of less significance. We're talking about IQ points here, and my preference would be to rely on the full scale IQ.
Can you clear the screen, please? Well, Dr. Grandjean, isn't it true, though, if we base a BMD on the full scale IQ, then you're going to mask the difference between a decrease in IQ between boys and girls? So you could decrease a girl's IQ, but increase the boy's IQ, in other words.
What I would say is, in this respect, I would agree with Dr. Chang because she evaluated arsenic. And she said that in that case, I think it was the girls that showed the effect. And she said that the risk assessment should be based on the most vulnerable population. And in that case, with arsenic and the study by Hamadani in Bangladesh, she said we should rely on protecting the girls because they were, for whatever reason, more vulnerable. Here with fluoride, it appears that boys are more vulnerable. Well, fine. I don't think it's appropriate to say, let's rely on the findings in the girls and don't give a damn about the boys' intelligence in the next generation. I think that's improper, and I think EPA would agree with me that we've got to protect the IQs of both boys and girls of the next generation.
And Dr. Grandjean, just one more question on this topic. You did not run the BMD models for the full set of data in the element cohort either, did you, sir?
Well, I've shown you this, I think it's called Table 2, where we digitized the data from one of the plots. And we did that simply as quality control to see if our calculations that were based on the tabulated information, if that was correct. And we got almost the same. And clearly, down the road, we should dig into all of these details. And I predict, given the stability of these data and the sensitivity analysis we already conducted, I predict that the results will be basically the same. And that is that the BMD and the BMDL are vastly below current exposures in America.
Okay, and Your Honor, I'd just like permission to share the element study, the table 4 that Dr. Grandjean based his BMD analysis on.
All right.
U25, I'm sorry, it's U46 at page 8. We're looking at table 4. Now, isn't it true, Dr. Grandjean, that the only data you used off of this table was the first 2 lines? Is that true?
I don't recall. I think we described it, or I described it in my report, that we used the beta values. We used both the unadjusted and the adjusted results. And you can see that they're pretty much the same. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I apologize. I apologize. I closed my spot too. So I was talking on mute.
I can clarify if you want, because if you want additional adjustments, you lose numbers. And you can see that second column, the N column, that you go from 287 down to half that many, or some other losses of observations, if you require certain parameters to be available. So we used, this is my recollection, we used the unadjusted, the first line, and the model A that had the major covariates. And you can see those numbers are both significant, and the BMD calculations are also pretty much the same.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hamrick, you can clear the slide. At this time, Your Honor, without prejudice to finishing our cross-examination, I'm going to move to exclude Dr. Grandjean's testimony in full on failure to reliably apply two methodologies. The first is the methodology he cited to in the EPA risk evaluation rule that was not applied here according to his testimony. And the second reason is for his unreliability.
Are you talking about the systematic assessment?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Grandjean testified in his declaration that he conducted a weight of the scientific evidence and best available science according to EPA's procedures. He cited to EPA's risk evaluation rule. The risk evaluation rule, as we saw, clearly requires that formal systematic review with the key elements listed in that document be conducted in a TSCA risk evaluation. It is clear that Dr. Grandjean did not conduct a formal systematic review in compliance with the risk evaluation rule. That's problem number one. Problem number two is that Dr. Grandjean testified both in his declaration and here at trial that he conducted a BMD analysis on the basis of the methodology that was employed in the 2013 lead paper. It is clear when you compare what was presented and analyzed in the 2013 lead paper that he did not do that same methodology here. And not only did he not do it, but he's testified to the court that it was impossible to do because he didn't have the data. And on that basis, I think Dr. Grandjean's testimony should be excluded in full.
All right, response?
Yes, Your Honor. First off, Dr. Grandjean's testimony in his declaration today said he followed the general approach EPA has used historically with risk assessments, which is a weight of the evidence analysis and based on the best available science. Now, Dr. Grandjean has made clear that he did not conduct a formal systematic review in this case, which counsel is correct. Under the risk evaluation rule, EPA now defines systematic review to include a systematic, EPA now defines weight of the evidence to include a systematic review method. But the fact that Dr. Grandjean used a method that EPA has used up through 2018, and which scientists like Dr. Grandjean use every day in practice, there's nothing about that is unreliable for purposes of the law. For purposes of whether Dr. Grandjean is an expert who can provide helpful and reliable information to this court, Dr. Grandjean, the bar for admissibility of Dr. Grandjean's testimony is not whether he is a TSCA expert who knows every single detail about what EPA does now under the risk evaluation rule. So that would be the first thing. They have not pointed to anything inherent to Dr. Grandjean's weight of the evidence method, which EPA has always used in the past, that is unreliable. In fact, Dr. Grandjean has gone one step further. Dr. Grandjean has explained today that after he did the weight of the evidence analysis in this case, he reviewed and considered the systematic review that EPA's expert did in this case. And he has explained to Your Honor that that systematic review fully supports his opinions in this case. Now, with respect to the BMD analysis, I'd like to point Your Honor to what I didn't hear anything from counsel as to why what Dr. Grandjean did in this case for his BMD analysis was in any way unreliable or inadequate. The only thing I saw counsel produce and demonstrate is that he did not provide the same degree of specificity in the details that he had provided in his 2013 paper. Now that's a separate question. I mean, did Dr. Grandjean provide an encyclopedia of 500 pages of BMD charts and numbers? No, he did not. But counsel did not establish today that anything he did is unreliable. And Your Honor, I'd like to point the court, if I could share the screen, I'd like to point the court to something that counsel did not discuss with respect to the risk evaluation rule. And it's page, and Your Honor, can you see this on the screen?
Yep.
So Your Honor, under the risk evaluation rule, EPA has a concept that it says is very important for risk evaluations under TSCA today. This concept is called fit for purpose. You're going to be hearing more about this concept of fit for purpose in this case. But what EPA says here, so EPA says, as you can see in the highlighted portion, when information and analysis are sufficient to make a risk determination using assumptions, uncertainty factors, and models or screening methodologies, EPA may decide not to refine its analysis any further. What this means, Your Honor, is when the data is so clear and obvious on its face, you don't need to write an encyclopedia. You don't need to write a 10,000-page treatise to confirm that the obvious is in fact correct. And Your Honor, if I could, I could show you deposition testimony from Dr. Tala Henry in this case, where she says in her own words what this means. Your Honor, could I show that testimony?
No, I'm ready to rule. The motion is denied. What the government complains of can go to the weight of the evidence, but it does not establish inadmissibility under Daubert. Daubert is a gatekeeping function. There's no showing here of fundamental unreliability of the methodology. It may not accord with the best methodology as now implemented by the EPA, but even something short of what is prescribed by the EPA does not mean it doesn't meet Daubert. This was a method that's been used for many, many, many years, and I heard nothing that suggests that Dr. Grandjean's testimony is so methodologically flawed or based on such lack of information that it warrants exclusion under Daubert. Similarly, the fact that the BMD analysis here was not as robust as in the lead 2013 study does not mean it's not admissible. Some of that was due to the limitations of data available. What I would need to see is whether the data was so lacking, so unreliable, so scarce that one could not reliably perform a BMD type analysis, and I didn't hear that here. Or that the methodology, that the equations used, that the various parameters that were used and the shape of the curves, et cetera, were not something that other scientists in the field would use, and I didn't hear that either. So the Daubert motion is denied.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to, for the record, clarify one point, and I'd also like the opportunity to cite some case law on this issue, just so the record's clear on this.
Yeah, if you want to cite something, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, I just want to clarify. My point is not that Dr. Grandjean had to follow the EPA procedures, or quite frankly, that he had to follow the 2013 methodology. My point is simply that Dr. Grandjean's testimony is that those are the methodologies he applied. And in United States v. McKinsey out of the Central District of California, with the courts citing to the 8th Circuit and the 3rd Circuit, said that the failure to properly apply a scientific principle will provide the basis for exclusion of an expert where a reliable methodology was so altered that it skewed the methodology itself. And I just want the record clear on that. And
All right.
our argument is simply that he skewed the methodologies he said he applied.
All right. Well, I think the record is clear to the extent he purported to apply or believed he was applying the current methodology prescribed by the EPA. I think it's clear that he did not follow all the key critical components, at least in his declaration to the court. And that may go to the weight of the evidence, but it does not go to admissibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Grandjean, isn't it true that the fluoride-related work you did in the 1980s involved occupational exposures to cryolite workers?
That's true.
And the health effect of focus was primarily skeletal fluorosis. Is that correct?
No,
Okay. The primary focus was skeletal fluorosis, but you also consider cancer effect. Is that correct?
no,
Okay. And you also studied a potential association of occupationally exposed cryolite workers for cancer morbidity and mortality. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And occupationally exposed cryolite workers had an estimated daily uptake of about 30 milligrams per day. Is that correct?
About so, yeah, that's approximated correct.
Okay, Your Honor, permission to bring up the deposition transcript?
All right. Is this for impeachment purposes?
Yes, Your Honor. U26, please. Line 67. I'm sorry, page 67, lines 13 through 16.
If, Your Honor, if I could just review this.
Yep.
Counsel, what was the lines on that?
6713 to 16.
I don't, Your Honor, I'd object that this is just what the witness just testified to. I don't see this as impeachment.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
Dr. Grandjean, if you go back to the 1930s and 40s, the workers who developed skeletal fluorosis, the daily uptakes were of order of magnitude of 30 milligrams per day. Is that correct?
Approximately.
Is it true that in 1984 you worked on an environmental criteria document on fluoride that was sponsored by the WHO?
The World Health Organization and the International Labor Office.
But you withdrew from that committee before the criteria document was published. Is that correct?
I had to because I was being misquoted, and it was a very bad atmosphere for some reason.
And you withdrew your name from the final criteria document. Is that right?
That is correct. And you can see in the published version that the name of the author of the draft is given as Robert Laureis, who was a professor of occupational medicine in Brussels. And I called Robert after the publication and thanked him for saving the face of the World Health Organization by lending his name to the fluoride report. And he said, "What fluoride report?" So there's a problem because the World Health Organization named oral health experts, that is dental health experts, to a committee that was supposed to look at fluoride toxicity. And they demanded changes in my manuscript to delete evidence that suggested that fluoride could be toxic to humans. And that ended up in a conflict where I had to tell my good friend from WHO who had invited me, I have to withdraw. I can't participate in this because I'm here as a scientist, but clearly these people have a hidden agenda. That's the true story.
Now, we talked about this earlier. In 2006, you published a paper called Developmental Neurotoxicity of Industrial Chemicals. Is that correct?
We have discussed that paper previously, correct?
And in that paper, you said that neurotoxicity in laboratory studies probably exceeds 1,000 chemical substances, and that the physiology of the brain development suggests that developmental neurotoxicity is likely for all of them. Is that right?
Compound, big and ambiguous.
And why don't you break it down? So it's not
Sure.
compound.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. In 2006, Dr. Grandjean, you said that the number of chemicals that can cause neurotoxicity in laboratory studies probably exceeds 1,000. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
And you said that the physiology of brain development suggests that all 1,000 of those chemical substances are likely to also cause developmental neurotoxicity. Is that correct?
Right, that's a hazard assessment, and in that regard, the statement is correct.
And you describe this brain physiology that you talk about in your 2006 paper. You talk about that in your trial declaration. Is that right?
I did.
Now, in the 2006 paper, you took the position that exposure limits for chemical substances that show an early indication of potential for developmental neurotoxicity should be met with strict regulation, which could later be relaxed should subsequent documentation show less harm than anticipated. Is that correct?
I think that statement is in accordance with what's sometimes called the precautionary principle, namely that you don't want to take the next generation hostage and wait and see how many IQ points are lost before you try to prevent such IQ losses. So just expressed in a different way, that is the essence of that statement.
And that statement was in your 2006 paper, correct?
I think Phil Landrigan and I agreed on that wording.
Okay, now specific to fluoride, you said that fluoride can cause neurotoxicity in laboratory animals, but was not proven to be neurotoxic in man. Is that correct?
Not yet.
Okay, now that in that 2006 paper, you had identified only 5 industrial chemicals, excuse me, that fulfilled your criteria for demonstrating a known causal relationship between fluoride exposure and developmental neurotoxicity in humans. Is that correct?
We didn't have the definite causal evidence in 2006, but you know, we visited the issue 8 years later.
Okay, and so it's true that I'm sorry, and this is in 2014 then, 12 years later, right? Is my math? No, 8 years later. In 2014, you had then identified fluoride as meeting your criteria for demonstrating a known causal relationship between exposure and developmental neurotoxicity. Is that true?
Right, and again, I stress this was a hazard assessment.
So it's true that when you formed an opinion on the causal relationship between fluoride and developmental neurotoxicity was in 2014, is that right?
Right, again, it was a hazard assessment.
In Grandjean 2014, that was not a review of fluoride, correct?
Overbroad.
2014, is that the systematic review?
The 2014 Lancet paper that you wrote with
The Lancet paper.
Dr. Landrin.
Yeah.
Was that a review of fluoride?
Overbroad.
Well, let him answer and I'll figure that out.
It included a brief review of fluoride.
And do you recall, now the basis for identifying fluoride as a substance to be a known causal developmental neurotoxin in humans was your 2012 meta-analysis in which you collaborated with first author Anna Choi. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was your only basis in 2014 for concluding that fluoride was a known neurotoxin, developmental neurotoxin. Is that true?
Broad.
We were relying.
Overall- Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
We were relying on a systematic review that included 27 studies and included a meta-analysis. And because of the Lancet's requirement that we keep the number of references low, we decided that a reference to a single paper that covered 27 was quite appropriate. And the reviewers and the editors agreed.
Now, and it's true that in Choi 2012, I'm going to the report that you published with Anna Choi in 2012, I'm going to refer to that as Choi 2012. Are you okay with that?
That's fine.
Okay. Now, it's true that you reported in Choi 2012 that most of the 27 studies were fairly brief and complete information on covariates was not available. Is that what you said in that paper, sir?
Right. I mean, we wrote that, and I agree with my own wording.
Okay. And now you do also agree that if there's no co-founding, even if there's no co-founding, adjustment for covariance can improve the reliability of a study. Isn't that right?
It can improve, yes, but sometimes we find that even if we add covariates, there is no confounding. And we did not suspect that there was a lot of confounding in these studies because those that did include confounder control didn't show any deviation from those that didn't.
Now, Choi 2012 reported that fluoride may be a developmental neurotoxicant that affects the brain. Isn't that right?
I don't recall the exact wording, but it sounds right.
Okay, and in what you went on further to say that each of the articles reviewed, each of the 27 articles reviewed had deficiencies, in some cases rather serious ones, that limited the conclusions that could be drawn. Isn't that what you said?
That could be drawn from the individual study, and we reviewed 27, and it was the total information that we evaluated with the help of Professor Gulfin Sun from China Medical University. He knew all of the circumstances of these studies and helped us interpret when there was something in the very brief original Chinese publication. And so I believe we did a very thorough evaluation of these studies. And when we say that fluoride may be, it's like the humble scientific expression that we're trying to extract information and present it in a balanced way without raising eyebrows.
You know, Dr. Grandjean, isn't it true that after Choi 2012 was published, that the Harvard School of Public Health required you to issue a press statement about that study that explained publicly that the results of the study did not allow us to make any judgment regarding the possible levels of risk of exposure typical for water fluoridation in the United States? Isn't that true?
Well, if you want the whole story, I was asked to meet with a professor from Harvard's dental school. He came to my office and essentially threatened me. He said that I was endangering public health, and he demanded that I issue a statement similar to what you're talking about now. When I said that I would think it over, he went to the deans of the medical school, the dental school, and the School of Public Health. That is my boss, without telling me. And the deans did not know what was going on. They were just asked to sign a statement saying in agreement with CDC that fluoridation is a cornerstone of modern public health. And so this way, the press office of Harvard School of Public Health said to me, we better issue a statement because the article we just published in a journal called Harvard Public Health has resulted in the largest number of letters from readers, mainly dentists, that is fluoridation proponents, including this professor colleague from Harvard Dental School, who demanded that Harvard retract the results of my study. And I said, hey, my study, I can't retract that. I can't retract the conclusions. But I was then presented with the wording that you're just referring to. So this is not my wording. It is an attempt to calm the tempers of the fluoridation proponents in the U.S.
Now, you and Dr. Anna Choi both signed that statement. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know how much Anna was involved in this. I don't remember.
Well, you, sir, signed that statement. Is that correct?
As I said, it was a statement that the Harvard School of Public Health press office wanted me to agree to. And you know, this is several years ago. I think we did a little bit of doctoring on the exact wording so that it would not be provocative to the fluoridation proponents, and likewise still honest with regard to the science.
And you signed that statement. Is that correct, sir?
I didn't sign it, but I may have said okay in an email.
And your name is on that statement. Is that right, sir?
I don't remember. It was probably attributed to me because that's what my superiors wanted to happen.
Okay, now, in 2015, you again collaborated with Dr. Choi. Is that right?
Oh, you mean the Sichuan study?
Yes, and is it okay if I refer to that as Choi 2015?
Okay.
Great. And you were senior author on that paper with Dr. Anna Choi, correct?
Yeah, probably. I don't recall.
And Dr. Anna Choi was first author, is that right?
I think so.
And you conducted a pilot study of 51 first grade children in China, is that right, sir?
I think we've talked about this already today. So
Okay.
what do I have to confirm? I don't understand.
It was you conducted a pilot study of 51 first grade children in China. Is that right, sir? Is that what the Choi 2015 paper reported on?
But as I said, we already talked about this. I explained we did this study because we wanted to figure out if what these 27 studies that we looked at in our systematic review, if they were wrong in some way. So we did a Western approach, collaborating with the best people in China, including the president of the International Society for Fluoride Research, who was also the chairman of the TSCA Commission on Endemic Disease, including fluoride poisoning, and the CDC from Sichuan.
All right, so let Dr. Grandjean, let her ask some questions. I know you've talked about this before, but to get through this, she may have some specific questions. So if you could get to your specific questions, Ms. Carper, I appreciate it.
Your Honor, can I just briefly just mention that right now we are at about 9:30 p.m. Danish time. And I just want to be mindful that just to let the court know that it is getting a little bit late for Dr. Grandjean. I don't know.
And we've been going a long time. So I was going to ask you, Ms. Carper, how much longer on cross do you have?
I do have a little bit longer, Your Honor. I might have another 40 minutes.
All right.
14?
Well, no, she said
40.
40 minutes. So for number one, we've been going 2 hours and it's time for a break and for everybody to take a break. The question for Mr. Grandjean is whether, given the lateness of your hour and knowing this is going to go to, we're scheduled to go to 1:30 our time, which is 10:30, I guess, your time. You're 9 hours ahead, I think.
Right.
Can you stay with us till 10:30, or do you need to adjourn earlier?
Hey, I would rather stay with you because tomorrow at the same time, I'm on an NIH panel for the National Institutes of Health evaluating grant proposals, and I
Okay.
can't change that appointment. I've done my evaluation, and the committee is meeting tomorrow.
Right. Well, we'll have to, if for some reason we can't finish today, I'd like to get as much done today. Hopefully we can get through today. So in that regard, let's just take a 15-minute break. So everybody can catch a break, and we'll come back and we'll do as much as we can today to hopefully try to finish you up. If not, we'll have to figure out another time. All right? So
Thank
we'll
you.
be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Court is in recess.
The recording has stopped.
I mean, okay, sorry.
All right, welcome back, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to try to go through this. I think I might be able to maybe 10 or 15 more minutes. Just have a few very direct questions.
All right, good. Thank you.
Counsel,
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think the papers are shuffling or might be loud again.
Yes, I apologize for that. I've been trying to mute it while I'm turning my papers, and I'm going to try very hard to be mindful of that going forward. I apologize for that.
Okay.
This meeting is being recorded.
Please come to order.
All right, you may continue, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you. Dr. Grandjean, is it true that counsel, Mr. Conant, he emailed you a Dropbox links that included 338 human and animal studies in it?
I don't remember the number, but yes, I did receive some literature from him to make sure that whatever search he had done was in agreement with mine.
And Dr. Grandjean, isn't it true that on August 12th, you received an email from Mr. Conant with a manuscript of the UCSF study that we were talking about earlier today, Turk study?
I don't recall that. It may be true.
Your Honor, can I refresh recollection, please?
Yes.
It's U38. Okay, and you can see here, this is dated Monday, August 12th, and it's the urine manuscript. You see that?
I see that.
Okay, and can you clear the screen, please? Now, isn't it true, Dr. Grandjean, when you wrote your supplemental expert report, which was 3 days later on August 15th, the Turk study had not been published yet. Is that right?
I think that's true. And I believe I cited it and I said that this is a study to be published.
Okay, and in your trial declaration, did you cite to the manuscript or did you cite to the final study? The final published study?
In my declaration now?
Yes, in your trial declaration, did you cite to the manuscript or did you rely on the published study?
I believe I relied on the published study. It was published in a very respectable journal, as you know.
Okay, and did you at any time compare the draft manuscript with the published version? Did you do that, Dr. Grandjean?
I was not in charge of it as editor. A colleague was in charge. So I didn't do that comparison. I understand that there was a change in one of the tables.
So prior to offering your testimony today, you have not compared the final published version with the manuscript that you relied on for forming your opinion in the report. Is that accurate?
I see no reason to compare drafts and published versions unless I know that there is a difference. And you can see that this was one of the figures that Mr. Conant showed that referred to the urine fluoride concentrations in pregnant women in America from fluoridated communities in comparison with Canadian counterparts, and the results are the same. And that is based on the published paper where I believe that the table that had some error in it had been corrected.
And isn't it true, Dr. Grandjean, that the association between higher levels of maternal urinary fluoride levels and community water fluoridation was not a statistically significant association?
It may not have been statistically significant because this was a small study, but I am referring to the experience over many decades and the conclusions from the World Health Organization that the urinary fluoride excretion, when adjusted for dilution, is similar to the concentration in the drinking water when the drinking water is a major source of fluoride intake. And that's what that both the Canadian study and the one from California, that's what they are in accordance with. So I rely on those as reliable data.
So I just want to be clear then, is the opinion you're offering today, is that based on this UGATURK study, which is the UCSF study, or is it based on some other information out of the World Health Organization?
Compound.
Overruled.
I've done a comprehensive analysis of fluoride, and I rely on the total evidence. I pinpointed this particular study from UCSF. I pinpointed that because it is a study of American women, which apparently is very important to the US EPA. Well, that's fine. Here are the data, and they are in accordance with the toxicokinetics of fluoride and the assessment of the World Health Organization.
Dr. Grandjean, just very straightforward, yes or no, are you aware whether the association in the UGATURK study was a statistically significant association or not? Are you aware of that?
I don't recall. I've read the paper, and it may be that it wasn't statistically significant, but just because a p-value was not below 0.05, it may still reflect this tendency that I just referred to. And therefore, I'm looking at the average data from that study.
Your Honor, permission to refresh recollection?
Go ahead.
U42, please. Page 5, bottom table.
This is the UCSF study.
Yes, Your Honor. Is this refresh your recollection, Dr. Grandjean?
That looks like a table from that study. That's correct.
And those are weak correlations, is that right? 0.22, 0.21, those are weak correlations, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, and Dr. Grandjean, isn't it true? Oh, you can clear the slide, please, Mr. Hambrick. Thank you. Dr. Grandjean, isn't it true that in December 2019, you published an update on fluoride that was largely based on the work you did in this litigation? Is that true?
You can say that.
Is it true? I can say that because it's true, yes or no?
I did much additional work, and I think there were 5 reviewers who had opinions on my manuscript, and I had to respond to those reviewers and do various revisions. So I put a lot of additional effort into that paper beyond what I had done in regard to offering an opinion for this case.
In that, the 2019 Grandjean paper, that was published in Environmental Health, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you are the editor-in-chief of that journal, is that correct?
I'm one of the editors-in-chief, and in accordance with the standard procedures of BMC and Springer Nature, the publishers, I was not involved at all in the handling of this submission. I submitted it as an independent author and was recused from being involved in any aspect of the editorial handling.
And environmental health is a paid to publish journal. Is that correct?
Say that again?
You have to pay environmental health in order to publish in their journal. Is that correct?
Oh, as an editor, I am offered an honorarium by the publisher. This honorarium is paid to Harvard School of Public Health, which then pays an editorial assistant to do much of the basic work on handling submissions. I have the right as editor to submit one paper per year without paying the page charge.
Now, Dr. Grandjean, I noticed on your CV that you listed the International Society for Environmental Epidemiology as a scientific society. Is that a society that you belong to?
I was on the steering committee for several years in the past.
And can I refer to that as ISEE? How do people refer to that?
That is correct. You can.
ISEE, thank you. In August of 2019, you sat on a symposium committee at the 2019 annual conference of the ISEE. Is that correct?
That is correct, in Ottawa.
And do you remember the dates of that conference?
I couldn't participate myself, but some of my postdocs and other colleagues attended the conference, and they were able to get the abstracts and slides for me. So I was very familiar with the reports on fluoride that were given at that particular session at the annual ISEE meeting.
Now, Dr. Grandjean, you would be very interested in reviewing a prospective core cohort on fluoride, wouldn't you?
What do you mean? Which do you talk about Merrick or about Element?
I'm talking about a new prospective cohort that's not Spain. I'm sorry, that's not Merrick or Element. I'm talking about a new cohort that reports on urinary fluoride from mothers and lower IQ or IQ in the offspring. You would be interested in reading something like that. Is that right?
Of course.
Okay. And you did actually receive an abstract at that ISEE meeting, did you not? Reporting on a study out of Spain that could not find a statistically significant association with urinary fluoride levels from mothers and lower IQ in the offspring. And you did see that abstract from the ISEE, is that right?
I got all of the abstracts, but I don't remember that one.
Okay. But that would be something you're very interested in, is that right?
Of course.
Because if that study did exist and it showed no association, there would be a unexplained inconsistency between the cohorts and different populations. Is that correct?
Overbroad facts.
Sustain. Assumes too many facts and evidence.
My answer is no.
You didn't have to answer it because I sustained the objection.
Okay.
So Dr. Grandjean, are you saying that the Merrick cohort and the Element cohort, they tell us everything we need to know about IQ and fluoride exposure?
Overbroad.
Overruled, you can answer it the way it was phrased. You can answer.
We're always interested in knowing more, but the fact that we now have two thorough, well-conducted prospective studies with individual fluoride exposure assessments by reliable methods and using proper cognitive test methods, I think we know a whole lot more than we did in 2012 when Anna Choi and I conducted our systematic review and meta-analysis. And clearly, if there are more studies, I would love to see them because prospective studies are expensive, they take time. And if there is a Spanish study, I'm on the advisory committee of the INMA prospective birth cohort studies in Spain. I haven't heard about this study, but I know the Spanish studies well. And if there is such a report, and I have forgotten that abstract, if such an abstract exists, but you know very well, I am not relying on abstracts only. I am relying on full publications, if at all possible.
And Dr. Grandjean, do you believe that if you saw that abstract that it would refresh your memory?
It could be, but again, I want to see the full report. I'm not happy with just having an abstract.
Your Honor, permission to refresh the witness's recollection.
Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay and lack of, just hearsay.
Overruled for refreshment purposes only at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Hambrick, let me get you the number. It's U41. If you can zoom in there on the bottom. And I mean the highlighted portion that has the knit, yes, thank you.
Well, I would, at this point, Your Honor, it only should be the title because this is hearsay. Thank you.
It's not being introduced, so it's only done to refresh recollection. Objection overruled.
And you see, Dr. Grandjean, it says fluoridated water consumption in pregnancy and neuropsychology development of children at 14 months and 4 years of age. Are you familiar with Santa Marina? Who's the lead author there?
No, I'm familiar with Ballester and Saunier. Those are the senior people in the INMA collaboration where I'm an advisor. I'm not familiar with this study. So, I mean, it looks like a student paper. And my question is, because they have looked at all sorts of parameters, mercury, lead, solvents, maternal alcohol intake. And so I would need to know that, you know, they took into account other factors. And just to indicate to you the quality of this abstract, it says under methods, fluorine levels in urine. You don't have fluorine in urine. You have fluoride, which is the iron. If you had elemental fluoride, it would explode. So I think there's a problem with this abstract, and you can understand, and you can ask Dr. Chiang. She does not rely on abstracts. I would not rely on this, but I am going to talk to my colleagues, Jordi Saunier and Farron Barrister, to see what they're doing in regard to fluoride, because I've not seen a full report that was published after August 28th, 2019. This is close to 10 months by now.
All right, so Ms. Carfora, for purposes of, you said you're going to put this up for purposes of refreshment. You can ask the refreshment recollection question. That's all you're supposed to use it for.
I understand. Can you clear the slide, please? So, Dr. Grandjean, does that refresh your memory as if you were aware of this prospective cohort?
I still don't remember any details, and I
Okay.
didn't attend the meeting.
Thank you. But you did receive a booklet of the abstracts, correct? You testified that a couple of minutes ago.
Right, I did.
Thank you. Now, just very quickly, you had one area in your declaration where you talked about neurotoxic endpoints in adults. And you cited to the Sheo study, Sheo et al. 2003. Do you recall that?
Share, how do you spell that?
I'm sorry, I'm sure I'm butchering this pronouncement. It's SHAO.
HSH. I
Can we
don't
bring up?
remember.
Can we bring up declaration, please? Declaration paragraph 74. And you see here, if you could highlight for me, Mr. Hambrick, show 2003. You recall this
Oh,
study,
sure.
Dr. Grandjean?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and that was that's an ecological cross-sectional study design, is that correct?
Yes, except that patients don't develop fluorosis overnight. This is a group of patients who have had sustained overdoses of fluoride for a long time. And so the study, as I recall, simply assessed the associated neurobehavioral symptoms in these patients.
Now, Dr. Grandjean, this was, just very simply, can you tell me, was this a ecological cross-sectional design study? Is that right?
I wouldn't call it ecological because, I mean, it's a case control study rather, where you have people with very clear evidence of fluoride exposure overdoses compared to, you know, similar adults who didn't have that history and no fluorosis. So it's the proper term is a case control study.
Okay, thank you. You can clear the slide, please. And you just mentioned, and I just want to clarify, the study compared individuals suffering from fluoride poisoning in endemic fluorosis area with healthy individuals from a non-endemic region. Is that correct?
That's appropriate. And I want to remind you that the fluorosis is similar to what the Danish twilight workers were suffering from, and they also had neurological symptoms, like headache and dizziness, that sort of thing.
And it's not clear from reading that study, Dr. Grandjean, whether the source of fluoride was from coal or from water. Is that right?
That's what I say, and the point is that if it came from coal, then maybe the fluoride exposure was not clean. Maybe there were some additional, tar components or something we can't tell. But it is in accordance with Roham's findings in the cryolite workers. So I believe that it's very likely that this is associated with the fluoride exposure. Now that these people had that heavy exposure that caused the fluorosis problem.
And can you tell me what the exposure was in the Roll-Holmes study? What the exposure to fluoride was at what level?
I don't recall.
And do you recall what the exposure to cryolite workers were in the 1980s when you were studying that? Do you know what the exposure level was?
Asked and answered.
We did cover that, but if you can recall, I'll let you answer that again.
It was like 30 milligrams per day. It was a calculated dose.
Okay, and you also cited, sir, to Lee 2016. Is that right?
Your Honor, there's so many studies at issue here that I think some of these questions may benefit from specific context.
Well, I mean, you can ask it the way you want, but probably not the most efficient way unless you give it a little more context to help the memory. But you can ask to your question, ask it any way you want.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Grandjean, when referring to neurotoxic endpoints in adults, you cited to the Lee 2016 study. Is that correct?
I think I saw that when we looked at that page before, but I don't recall all of these. I mean, I've cited hundreds of studies. I don't recall the details on every single one of them. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Dr. Hambrick, can you please put up the declaration, paragraph 74 again, and let's just leave that up there and that'll get us through the next couple of questions. It's U25, Mr. Hambrick, declaration paragraph number 74. Now you say here, likewise, cognitive impairment in elderly subjects was clearly elevated in a waterborne fluorosis area, along with group assessment of urine fluoride concentrations failed to show a clear effect. Is that right?
This states the record.
I'm sorry, I can't see.
I'm not sure. I can't. Can you highlight what you're reading? I'm having trouble.
Dr. Grandjean, all I'm asking about is this Lee study that you cited here in your trial declaration. I'd just like to know if it's a cross-sectional design study.
It's cross-sectional in the to the extent that the exposure was assessed at the same time as a clinical assessment, but the exposure had lasted for a long time.
Okay, and this study reported no significant associations between urinary fluoride concentrations and cognitive scores. Isn't that correct?
Broad.
Hold on. That's not quite what it says. Why don't you tailor your question to what it says here?
Well, I mean, Your Honor, I'm actually asking what the study said as opposed to what he testified to, so I can go ahead and clear this. I will let the witness know so he can see in context. I'm going to ask about the Sharma study next, but if it's okay, we can clear the screen and maybe that will resolve the confusion here.
Okay, well, I don't know if that does. I think your question didn't quite jive with what I'm reading. That's the problem. It seemed broader than that. Because it talks about a within group assessment as opposed to, I guess, within the cognitively impaired group. I guess that's what it means. So, I mean, you can ask whatever question you want, but I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page here.
Yeah, I understand. Mr. Hambrick, can you clear this slide, please? Dr. Grandjean, that study, Lee 2016, reported no significant associations between the elderly subjects and urinary fluoride concentrations. Is that right? I'm sorry. Strike that. Let me try this one more time. The Lee 2016 reported no significant associations between urinary fluoride concentrations and cognitive scores in the elderly subjects. Is that correct?
Broad asked an answer.
I was assessing the weight of the evidence. So when I cited that study, I emphasized that there was no clear association with the urinary fluoride. I'm not looking only at evidence which for some reason speaks in favor of fluoride being neurotoxic. I'm also emphasizing the weaknesses. This is what I'm doing in this sentence. However, having said that, I would say one single urine analysis, when we're talking about an effect that has built up over many years in these people, the exposure assessment is probably imprecise. And therefore, the fact that it is not significant, I think there was, as far as I remember, there was a trend, but it was not statistically significant. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't detract from my overall conclusion that fluoride is neurotoxic. But the study at least showed that people who had a definite high exposure over many years had neurological symptoms, and that's what's important to me.
Okay, and now the Sharma study, now that was a survey of the human population exposed to low, medium, and high fluoride concentrations in drinking water in India. Is that correct?
I think so. Again, I don't remember the details of individual studies. I did my best to provide you with a balanced assessment of the strengths and weaknesses of the studies, and some of them I mentioned only briefly, especially if they were not very weighty in regard to the contribution to our assessment of fluoride neurotoxicity.
Okay, can Your Honor request to permission to refresh recollection?
Go ahead.
Mr. Hambrick, U54, please, just the first page, just the summary. Okay, Dr. Grandjean, so you see here that the populations were exposed to low, medium, and high fluoride concentrations in drinking water in India. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the study, and I have been to India. I have been in the areas with fluoride disease. I know the clinical appearance of fluorosis patients. So it doesn't surprise me that there were central nervous system effects, because I've seen that myself in India.
Okay, thank you. I'm just very, all I want to get to is the exposure levels here. Now, subjects were personally interviewed and classified from these low, medium, and high fluoride villages. Is that correct? And I'm just interested in the exposure assessment here.
I mean, that's what the paper says, so I cannot dispute that.
Okay, and you agree that the low exposure was classified as or less than 1 ppm, is that correct?
I'm not here to challenge the authors of that assessment. So
Okay,
this is what I can read, so this is what it says.
So you agree then the low was classified as less than 1 ppm?
I can agree. This is what it says in the abstract.
Okay, and you can agree then that the medium exposure level was classified from 1 to 1.5 ppm, is that correct?
I can read it just as well as you can, so I agree.
And do you agree that the high exposure classification was 1.5 to 6.4 ppm, is that correct?
My answer is the same.
Okay, and do you remember that there were no neurological manifestations in children in the low and medium fluoride villages? Is that correct?
Overbroad. Assumes facts.
Well, he can base it on his memory if he has any memory. Otherwise, we just read the abstract.
Dr. Grandjean, do you remember?
Are you asking whether he remembers reading this or seeing this? If that's so, that's a simple question. Yes or no?
I would like to know if Dr. Grandjean remembers that it was reported in this study that there were no neurological manifestations in children in the low and medium fluoride villages.
All right, that's a simple question. Do you remember that that's what this report states?
Okay. I can see that my comment is that I would rather rely on cognitive tests because they are objective, they're standardized, and they are more sensitive than some neurological symptomatology questionnaire that may not have been fully standardized and may not have been understood by the children. So I would say the fact that they at least saw very clear adverse effects in children exposed to water with a fluoride concentration above 1.5 ppm, I think that is very much in accordance with what we're talking about, namely that fluoride is a developmental neurotoxicant. This study is not one where I would say, bingo, this proves my point. It's a weak support.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Probably about 10 or so minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Grandjean. I know it's getting late, so I'm going to do my best to move this along. I want to go back to, you had talked about following the general approach that EPA has taken with respect to weight of the evidence analyses. Dr. Grandjean, prior to your work in this case, in the course of your work as an epidemiologist and environmental health researcher, Have you ever had occasion to read EPA risk assessments, EPA documents?
I have, and I must say, I collaborated very closely with EPA, with the EPA Water Office in 2001 when EPA issued their report and on the reference dose for methyl mercury, because at the recommendations of the National Research Council, it was based on my work.
When EPA did that mercury reference dose analysis, did EPA conduct a formal systematic review to do that assessment?
No.
And throughout the course of your career, let's say up until 2018, had you seen EPA doc? I mean, do you recall any time where you saw an EPA document that in order to do the weight of the evidence analysis, EPA did a formal systematic review?
Frankly, I don't remember having seen it. I mean, I'm now seeing these documents that Ms. Canfor presents, and it's totally new to me.
So, so when you mentioned the general approach of the EPA, were you referring in part to the fact that EPA throughout the 30 plus years of your environmental health research career has been doing weight of the evidence analyses that don't require formal systematic review?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
You have to have the best available evidence. I mean, that is the key. And then you conduct a weight of the evidence review, as I've described before.
So, and just to be clear, so when you talk about the general approach that EPA has used, are you referring to EPA documents that you've reviewed during the 30 plus years of your work as an environmental health researcher?
I am. I mean, but I have to say the only one that I really paid attention to was mercury, because I was a key source for EPA on that.
Okay, Dr. Grandjean, I'd like to show you a document that was shown to you earlier by council, which is EPA's final risk evaluation rule that has been EPA Exhibit 544. Dr. Grandjean, can you see this document on the screen?
I see it.
Sorry, I'm just looking to get to the right section.
We lost it.
Yeah, sorry, I need to, I apologize. I appreciate your patience, Your Honor. It'll be about 10 more seconds here. Okay, now I have the document. Dr. Grandjean, can you see this on the screen?
I see it.
I'm directing you to a section of the risk evaluation, which is titled Fit for Purpose Evaluation. Yeah.
Right.
And I'm now going to go to the next page, which is page 33740. Again, this is Exhibit 544. And EPA states here as follows. The concept of fit-for-purpose risk evaluations is further explained in the regulation as follows. EPA will refine as necessary its evaluations for one or more conditions of use in any risk evaluation. And when information and analysis are sufficient to make a risk determination using assumptions, uncertainty factors, and models or screening methodologies, EPA may decide not to refine its analysis further. Now, Dr. Grandjean, based on what you found with your BMD analyses, do you need to do extensive refinement of that data before you can confidently conclude as a scientist that whatever that final BMD value is going to be, it's going to be well below fluoride exposure seen in fluoridated areas?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
As you know, Mr. Kennett, I'm not a legal scholar, but the way I understand this wording, and I am familiar with it, the way I understand it is that my report, my initial report, as reflected in my most recent declaration, should be quite sufficient. I have prepared my report and my assessment, my declaration, my risk assessment. I've prepared that on the basis of the best available science. I'm a scientist and not a legal scholar, and I'm not an EPA risk assessor. I've done the best that I can on the basis of the available evidence, and to me, that evidence is convincing. It is very convincing, and I would therefore hope that EPA and Your Honor, that you would interpret this wording as so that it is a scientific evidence that determines whether or not the fluoride is endangering the next generation's intelligence, and not some legal interpretation of a particular wording.
And let me, so right now, based on the BMD analysis that you've already conducted, Dr. Grandjean, do you have a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whatever the final BMD value ultimately proves to be, it will be below current exposure levels seen in fluoridated communities?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
As you well know, urinary fluoride levels are about 0.7 milligrams per liter. The BMD and the BMDL are going to be about 0.2, 0.15. Surface water fluoride is only about 0.1. This is what Homo sapiens was evolved in, not fluoridation water and not high-level fluoride from groundwater where there is fluoride-rich minerals. We're talking about a whole order of magnitude in difference. And so, to me, the current exposure levels in America are way too high. We are, in my mind, definitely endangering the next generation's intelligence.
Okay, now I'm going to, you were asked some questions about your benchmark response that you used of 1 IQ point. You were shown 2 EPA documents regarding that subject, and I'm going to bring those up now. I'm going to start first with EPA's National Air Lead Standard that you were shown. This has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 42. And Your Honor, I believe this is the first time we are showing this in this case. So at this point in time, just wanted to identify that for the court. It is pre-admitted, though.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Grandjean, you had mentioned this document as providing support for your use of a 1 IQ point benchmark response. So I just want to show some material from this document to see if, in your view, it supports your selection of a 1 IQ point benchmark response. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So I'm looking at this on page 67000, and it states here in the middle column that the Clean Air Science Advisory Council advised the EPA that, quote, a population loss of 1 to 2 IQ points is highly significant from a public health perspective, and that the primary lead standard should be set so as to protect 99.5% of the population from exceeding that IQ loss. Let me ask you first, Dr. Grandjean, do you agree with that assessment?
I would prefer 1 IQ point because having large studies like we do for fluoride, we are able to see significant associations associated with a loss of 1 IQ point. And as I said before, I think all parents will agree with me when I say an IQ loss of 1 point is sufficient to call it adverse. No parent would want their kids to have less intelligence than their parents. But okay, here they say 1 to 2 IQ points, but they also say that they want a protection of 99.5% of the population. But that would then mean that the BMDL is too high, because that would require us to go more than 2 standard deviations down. We probably 3 or more. And so the BMDL will be lower. The BMD will be higher because it's 1 to 2 rather than 1. But the BMDL will be lower. So I think overall we are in agreement.
Now, EPA also cited Plaintiff's Exhibit 43, which is the perchlorate water standard. I will go ahead and bring that up on the screen.
Before you do that, that last point I'm trying to understand. You say that if the IQ, if the BMR were set at 2 points, the BMD would be lower or higher?
Higher. The BMD
higher.
will be higher.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So if the BMR is not 1 IQ point, but 2 IQ points, you can see from the equation in my declaration that means that the BMD will be twice. So we're now talking about 0.3 instead of 0.15.
So there's a linear relationship between the BMR and the BMD.
Right. So it's very simple, but in my mind, 0.3 is much below 0.7. So we're still talking about current fluoride exposure levels in America being too high.
Oh, so on that point, so let me just be clear about this. If you had used a BMR of 2 IQ points, are you saying that human exposures in fluoridated areas are still above that BMR?
They're still above because the BMD would be about 0.3, 0.4. But if we want to protect 99.5% of the population, we got to go, we're talking about a distribution here. We got to go below the BMDL. I can't quite calculate the exact number, but that would be closer to what we already have had for 1 IQ point.
Okay, and now, Dr. Grandjean, I'm going to post on the screen, and Your Honor, this is another document that has been pre-admitted. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 43. I am sorry, I'm going to look for this. But maybe I'll ask it this way. I apologize. I can't. Doctor, if this perchlorate document, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 43, if it says that the loss of 1 IQ point is associated with the loss of in lifetime earnings of $18,000, would that support your use of a 1 IQ point as the benchmark response?
Your Honor, I object on relevance grounds. Costs and valuing IQ points is not a risk factor that can be considered here.
Overruled.
I'm familiar with these calculations that have been used to support regulation of lead exposure in America, because IQ decrements are costly to society, and what health economists have calculated in regard to the value of 1 IQ point, I think those values are real. I mean, the value of a life is probably, I mean, it may be $1 million, but figure the loss of 40 IQ points. That will mean that essentially you have no normal life left. And so if you divide the value of a life by 40, you have the value of 1 IQ point. That's another way of calculating this. To me, the loss of 1 IQ point is an adverse effect.
And is your opinion on that supported by the fact that EPA and others have been able to determine and estimate that the loss of 1 IQ point is associated with the reduction of earning potential?
Absolutely. And education.
Now, you were asked about the dose response, the model, right there. In your BMD analysis, you were asked about what you did to sort of test the model for linearity. I want to follow up on that. The court has heard in this case from Dr. Howard who testified that in the element study, they scrutinized the dose response relationship to determine whether it was a linear relationship. And Dr. Hu testified that they found that it was in fact a mostly linear relationship, and it was fully linear at the age 4 group. Does that support your use, Dr. Grandjean, of the linear model for your BMD analysis?
Of course it does. And we did our own estimate using the digitized data. So we are in total agreement there.
And if I ask you with the MIREX study, if they scrutinized the dose response relationship and concluded that the dose response was linear, does that give you additional confidence, Dr. Grandjean, that you use the appropriate model?
Objection leading.
Sustained. Now you're feeding questions.
Sorry, Your Honor. If the authors of the underlying studies that you rely upon for your BMD analysis, if they themselves have scrutinized the dose response relationship, is that a relevant factor for you in doing your benchmark dose analysis?
I was very much aware of that when we chose to look at the linear approximation, but we also did, as I explained to Ms. Kafora before, we also did our own sensitivity analysis to see if there was some deviation, and we didn't find any of any import.
Now, you were asked a question by counsel about a statement in your 2006 review where you had mentioned that there's about over 1,000 chemicals that have shown to cause that have been shown to cause neurotoxicity in animals. Dr. Grandjean, how many chemicals would you estimate have over 50 epidemiological studies associating the chemical with reduced IQ?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled. You can explain the basis of your answer.
So there are very few substances that have been studied to the extent that fluoride has been studied. I reckon that many of them are, of course, cross-sectional, but the overall agreement is really stunning. So you can identify weaknesses, imprecisions, but basically the overall evidence is overwhelming. I believe that as we concluded in our 2014 Lancet paper, that fluoride is a human developmental neurotoxin. The two studies that we have discussed, Bajaj and Green, two studies, they could only say, hey, there's a linear relationship here. They could not determine the threshold. And EPA has said thresholds cannot be observed. The best we can do is to use the benchmark dose calculation. This is what we've done. And we want American children, pregnant women, to be exposed below that estimated threshold, which is expressed by the benchmark dose. And that's why I did those tables. And I strongly recommend that we lower fluoride exposures in America so that they're below that benchmark dose level, because that is our best estimate of where the threshold is, given that 1 IQ point is what we consider an adverse effect.
And lastly, doctor, I'm going to show you a study that was the UCSF study, and I'm going to ask you one or two questions about that study. Okay?
Objection, Your Honor. That study is not in evidence, so I'm not sure what the purpose would be of showing it before asking a question.
Okay, well, it was shown, Your Honor, so I was just following up to put some context to what counsel.
Why did you ask the question?
In the California study, Dr. Grandjean, do you recall if where the mothers had their urine tested? Were they in their home community, or were they somewhere else?
As far as I remember, they were in San Francisco. They were at the hospital.
Is San Francisco a city that fluoridates its water?
Objection, Foundation.
Well, if he knows, if he's read it somewhere.
I don't remember, but at least they were away from their residence. So to relate their San Francisco urine fluoride to their residence water fluoride is associated with some uncertainty. And you also saw that this was not statistically significant.
And so my question, Dr. Grandjean, then is, could that fact help explain in this relatively small cohort the absence of a statistically significant relationship between water fluoride concentration in the home community and internal urinary fluoride levels?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I want to remind you that, as WHO has concluded, about half of what appears in the urine represents the past exposures, because fluoride is retained in the skeleton, which is continuously broken down and built up again. So fluoride is released, that is fluoride built in up to several years ago. And so part of the urine is really reflecting the long-time residents, which may have been the same. We actually don't know that. And so the current fluoride in urine currently reflects the recent intake at the hospital in San Francisco, and could therefore be different from their home community.
Thank you, Dr. Grandjean. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, anything further on recross?
Nothing from me, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, great. Well, that will then conclude your testimony, Dr. Grandjean. Thank you for
Oh
your
my God,
patience.
thank you.
And you are free to go on and do the rest of your work. I appreciate your cooperation and appearing long distance.
Well, thank you for listening.
All right, so we will adjourn for today. What is the order of witness tomorrow?
Yeah, Your Honor, plaintiffs will begin with finishing the redirect of Dr. Hu. We expect that to be about 10 or 15 minutes, and then the next witness will be Dr. Bruce Lanfear.
And after that?
Dr. Christina Thayer from the EPA, and to the extent that we would probably go with Casey Hannon, the representative of the CDC after that. And if we're finished with all those witnesses, the next witness up would be Dr. Kathleen Thiessen.
Angie, how much time on the clock do we have?
Your Honor, plaintiffs have 7 hours, 37 minutes
That's
Defendant-
remaining?
remaining, and defendants have 8 hours and 9 minutes remaining.
Right, please keep that in mind. We proceeded slower than you originally projected, and that's a warning that you do have a limited number of hours, so I would keep in mind trying to keep this focus, and keep in mind, you have submitted declarations for a lot of these witnesses, so that was intended to save time. So in any event, we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Court is adjourned.
The recording has stopped.
Did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to get a copy of these recordings. I've been working with Dr. Graham for the past 2 years, and we were working on documenting mouth health,
Mm-hmm.
and I just wanted to figure out how you guys are actually finished.
You'll have to contact the court reporter.
Okay. Do you have a contact information for them?
It's on our website. The court reporter's name is Deborah Pa, P-A-S.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you very much. That was it. This is
Okay.
very fun. Good. This guy's sharp, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, very much so. Cool. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.